Yo, what up, Dig? Whew. All right, I got in here and my cat had thrown up on the floor, so I had to clean it up. And I was like, I'll just get the stream started, and I'll clean it up, and I'll, stream will already be up and ready to go. Hit you about Island finally. Nice. As always, Dig. If you have any questions or want any advice, just ask. All right. It is way too loud. Holy hell. At least they give you an option to turn it off while you're in here. Alright, so we want to go borderless. We want to be able to go off screen. Wait. Can we go off screen when it's full screen? Looks like we can, so maybe we don't have to change it. We'll just leave all this the same. I don't think I really need to change anything, right? Everything's like kind of set to max right now. Well, okay, let's start with VSync actually. I fucking hate VSync. I believe everything else is pretty much the same. So the only thing I want to change is the music, but doesn't look like I have an option until I get into game. So, wow. Yeah, that's the one thing I don't understand, Dig, is like, we've had games for over 20 years, and we've seen the obnoxious, loud intro musics that can't be modified, stuff like that, and people always bitch about it, and cutscenes that you have to watch every time you launch the game, which are super long, super loud, super obnoxious. You would think, after 20 plus years of dealing with this, people would realize we want short intros. Like, the load time can be a little longer, to make up for the difference, right? Because I feel like a lot of that intro, that animation intro with loud music, is just so the game could load. So I'm okay with like a slightly longer loading screen, like a little box that says it's loading, with a short intro when the game launches. It can have a sound effect or whatever, but there should be a way to adjust that sound, and or kind of like RuneScape's login music. Have you ever like RS3, right? When you're at that launching screen where it's loading the game and then you log in, there's actually a volume control on that screen to adjust the volume while you're there trying to log in, and it saves that login volume. That's all you need to do. The first time you log in, it might be loud. I honestly would recommend that they start with the volume at like 20% for the game, and people to increase it from there, so it's not blasting people's eardrums when they first launch the game. That would be a better way. Instead of starting the game at 100%, start the game at like 50 or 25%, and that way people can adjust it as they please. All right, so let's start with hairstyle. Wait, male or female? Is this a non-gendered game? I don't see a gender, so I'm gonna go with non-gender. All right. So can I get Goku hair? I mean, that's probably as close as we're gonna get, but we'll see. I want Goku hair. Come on, hook a brother up. Give me some spiky, tall. I'm in an emo punk band hair. I mean, that's better. I want some. I mean, that's pretty close. Minus the floppiness in the front. And that's got like a rhino look. I got a rhino look. Is there no way to like? Oh, there it goes. I was like, is there no way to spin this? All right. So that's top bun. More buns. Buns of steel. See, like, this is like the closest I can find to it. It's kind of wonk, but not too terrible. And then like this is just fuck. He's got like a six-pack on his head. What the fuck is that shit? All right. Do you think this is as close as we're gonna get to Goku hair? We turn it yellow, obviously. It's like only a couple spikes. All right. So I'm thinking between this one and this one. I think this one's not nearly as detail oriented. I'm kind of feeling this one. It's got a lot more just spike, a lot more oomph. So I think we're gonna go with this hair color. We're gonna go blonde as hell. Or do we go Super Saiyan Blue? Yo, we can go Super Saiyan Blue, bro. I think we got Super Saiyan Blue. Oh man, all right. Oh God, are we Goten? Like what the fuck? So it's basically just tall as fuck. Um, what color eyes? I should have blue eyes, right? Okay. Never mind. I don't know why. This makes me think of like Japanese anime with the eyeballs. I don't know why. I think I'm going with it. It makes me laugh. All right, we gotta get rid of these horns. What the ears? All right, I don't know if that's nothing or if it's something. I'm gonna go with nothing. Okay, no beard, shirt. All right, can I get like a Goku top? Like this is close, but not quite. I want to be like Goku, baby. Let's go. Oh God, do we not have like any options? Holy God. Right, we're gonna go with that. Some black boots. Good color. Okay, this is the closest we're getting to a Goku character. Alright. Alright, now the question is, do we go... Okay, so Guardian is more like tank, right? Not opposed to playing tank. Dig, what are you playing? If you don't mind me asking. Are you playing a Guardian? Because I don't want to play the same class somebody else is playing. Right? Not saying that I'm going to stick with the game. Not saying that you'll stick with the game. But if we already have someone that can tank, I'd rather just go damage, right? But if we already have people that are doing damage, I can go tank. I mean, not a big deal one way or the other, honestly. But they use battle axes, mates. I have no idea what a barges are, and warhammers. Oh, fuck it. We'll just go Guardian. I don't hate it. I just kind of like the fact that I can two hand, with claymores, halberds, broadswords. I love the sword look. Sword and scythes are like my two favorites. Maces are just kind of whatever. Axes are kind of just whatever. Maybe we just do this for that. It's such a generic class. Like that's the thing. Warriors is always just so generic. Like the balance between offense and defense. Like, yeah, but I want to lean one. I want to be either full prot or full DPS. I don't want to be between the two. So, then we just go Guardian and call it dead. All right. We are in. Dun 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 dun. All right. Let us. I don't know what world I'm in, so we're just going with it. And then we'll turn on music when we get into the game. That way it's adjustable. Okay. Is there like a spam button? Okay. Okay. Oh, that's fast. Okay, so first things first, let's turn this down. Turn this here. Put the sound effects up a little bit as well. A little ambient noise. Camera speed, way down here. And then options. But we want this off, right? Let's turn off all this gaming shake bullshit. Okay, I think we're good. Oh, that's a little slow, but we can make it work. What's happening? Oh my god, the sound! Bro, you know what that reminds me of? Banjo-Kazooie. Is it Banjo-Kazooie? My quest. Oh, I gotta use the range on this. Alright, I'm not hating the UI. The quest, the indicators are make the game kind of brain dead, which I'm not opposed to. The sound effects of the fucking people, though. Oh god, that's pretty awful, not gonna lie. That reminds me of Pokemon almost, with these like little just random things jumping around. Slay skeletal beasts. So that's these? Oh, these are way over there. Oh, these are fluffies, okay. Oh. We're scamming adventures? What the fuck? Okay, there's one thing I definitely think can get annoying is the body blocking of the mobs. If there's just a lot of mobs, they can just easily body block you and you can't do anything about it. It can be pretty annoying. Oh, cool. Okay. Oh no, it poisoned me! Alright, we're good. Hey, what does that bug do? What does 2 do? Oh, heal! Oh, hell yeah! Let's go, baby! Well, we good now. I'm gonna tell you right now, Dig, this already feels way better. I have an AoE ability, and I can pull more than one mob at a time. I'm already not hating this. Like, that's already 1,000 times better than the other game. Because that was one of the most annoying parts about it, is like, they want you to kill so many mobs. But they're like, oh, but you can't AoE. Hey, go kill 100 of these mobs, but you gotta single target each one of them. Okay. Oh. You know, so far not bad. Now, I do think the combat would be a little bit more fluid. Right? Because the whole stopping when you go to attack, kind of annoying. I wish it was like a fluid movement while attacking, so you can kind of kite. But I understand for like range, I feel like should have to stop to attack, but I feel like melee should be able to continuously move while attacking. Because then it gives you the ability to like kite while attacking something, or if something's running, you can be attacking it while it's running. Or if you're like slightly out of range when you start your attack, but you get within range while you're finishing your attack. I could definitely, I think that's something it could use. Not required, but it could use it. Could be helpful. But so far I'm not, I think it's pretty solid. Yeah, I mean, the attack style is pretty slow. It's pretty, you know, like a slower paced combat style, and I don't hate it. Obviously, it can get faster with enough abilities, maybe some attack speed if that's the thing. But I don't know. I'm not gonna lie though, it reminds me of Pokemon. I don't know why, but I feel like I'm running around inside of a Pokemon game. And I can't decide if that's a good thing or a bad thing. If I'm being completely honest. Like, I like Pokemon, but it literally makes me feel like I'm like I said, it's good and bad. It's bad because like all I can think about is Pokemon. But it's good because like I like Pokemon. I'm not opposed to in the universe that reminds me of it, right? I'm slow. Beep bop boop beep bop boop bop. Kind of curious on the other class now. If the warrior has like a decent AoE skill. Like if I could just run in all like 20-30 mobs and just like one shot them like that, pop a heal while I'm like pulling them all together or something, or pop like a defensive cooldown, you know, like that could be pretty sick. Are these quests here? Oh, interesting. I think that's a holiday event. Oh, he's got a Pegasus. That's sick. I'm a sucker for cool looking like horses and demon looking stuff. Like I don't want a mount. Like I don't mind a mount for a cosmetic purpose, but I don't like mounts in games unless there's no way to fast travel. Right? If you have a large game, like long traversal times, right, and you don't have fast travels to go from place to place, then I'm okay with there being mounts. But if you have flight paths, instant teleportations, you know, things like that, then you don't need fucking mounts, bro. Like maybe mounts in certain zones that don't have fast travels, right? Like take like WoW for example, like the first 2 continents, there's so many fast travels and stuff, like you don't really need a mount. I mean, you kind of do because they're large zones, but like, take another game that has like New World for example. Let's say you know all those places, they all have fast travels to them, right? You don't need to have a mount in a game that has fast travels to like every inch of an area. Now, if you only have a fast travel to the entrance of the area, and then the whole rest of the area requires you to run through it, then that's a different story. Because that area I wouldn't be opposed to having a mount, because now you have to run through the whole area. Alright. Okay. I gotta get used to that. Wait, does heal do damage too? Wait, what? Is that like a Crusader attack? No way. I want to do this for science. For science. It does! Yo, what? That's actually insane that they actually put a damage modifier on the heal as well. That's sick. I want to try out the professions soon too. I will say the graphics aren't insane, but they're not terrible either. Like, I like the effects on some of the characters. I just feel like the detail orientation on a lot of the gear and weapons and stuff are at best. Like, I feel like for an ASDW three-dimensional kind of game, I feel like it could. Holy fuck, that was loud. It made me jump. Almost gave me a fucking heart attack. I feel like it could be better, purely for the fact that on a 2D game it makes more sense. That was loud, wasn't it, Edge? That was fucking crazy. On a 2D game, having less detail orientation on your characters and your weapons stuff makes a lot of sense, right? It's fine. But when you have ASCW, you know, kind of constant camera panning, that made me jump too, dude. That was fucking crazy loud. I feel like you should have a little bit more detail in your gear and weapon. It looks very generic. I mean, obviously that's the art style, right? I just feel like maybe it's just because of the low tier zone, like it just doesn't have a lot of detail in the gear. Alright, so return to so and so. That shit fucking scared me. I jumped thinking it was like a sound alert or something. It just came out of nowhere, ridiculously loud. I'm assuming everybody with these yellow marks are quests that I could pick up. Obviously, I'm not picking them up because I'm just following the main storyline. Wherever it takes me. Meet Mako in the Adventures Guild. Kalen was here. How much do you want to bet a dev wrote that? There's no jump? Okay, that's obnoxious, actually. How much do you want to bet a dev wrote that on the corner of the wall? I mean, obviously a dev wrote it because it's not just going to randomly show up in the game unless they've used AI, but... I just find it funny that they just stuck that in a spot that everybody would see it because it's part of the quest dialogue. Alright, what's the hotkey for the bags? C? Alright, what do we got? We got a mace. Okay. So we got, I don't know what that is. Alright, we got some boots. Whip. We got some bones. Okay, that should not have to be exited every single time I click on something. Alright, so that's worse. I got lucky with this drop, I think. Yeah, I shouldn't have to click. Oh my god, that's annoying. Alright. Alright, what is skills? Okay. Alright, what do we got? We got quest line. Okay, 0%. Cool. Fishing guide. Revenants? I'm assuming it's killing mobs. Yeah, okay. Trials? Probably dungeons or something. Alright, so combat guide. Okay, so I do like this. As you level up, it kind of tells you what abilities you unlock, what tier gear you unlock. So usually this would be like, okay, that makes sense. It's like a RuneScape-esque tier list. 160? Okay. Here's our ability tree. So at level 5, we unlock... Do we unlock all 3? Or... we have to choose? Interesting. Okay. We got a couple more levels to go. Go ahead, do you want to join us? I know it's kind of late. Take you like 10 minutes to download. It's kind of small. I think it's like 4 gigs or something. Free. Kind of jank, as you can tell. So far, I mean, I kind of dig the combat. I don't know if I'm going to dig it later as I get further into the game, but... Guild Wars 2! I'm just trying out free-to-play games, man. I'm just chilling, you know. Alright, do these guys auto combo? Oh shit! Oh. Bro, it changed my right click. No, it's another heal. Okay, hold on. Might have to put the mace back on. Let's try this one. Alright, we might be. Oh, I think we're going back to the mace. Actually, I want to see what the. What's the right click on this one? Yeah. Alright. We're going back to the mace. I like this thing. I could have got a triple kill. So the one-handed mace is, it's more healing oriented. Now my question is, can I heal other people with my healing abilities? And I'm assuming the Guardian is partially like the healer. He's like a paladin. I mean, I already have the first 2 expansions because I bought them a long time ago, Edge. It's like, currency wise, it doesn't matter. I just want to try these like knockoff, you know, random ass RPGs, just have some fun, you know. I don't want to try like the mainstream because I know the mainstreams are good in their own way. Like the mainstream games, they're the mainstream for a reason. You know what I mean? So we just come in here, we go boom, boom. Alright. I'm not hating this combo. The heal AoE plus the right click smash frontal cone, pretty nice. For a level 1 like setup, well technically like level 2 setup I think, or level 3 setup, pretty solid. Now I will say I think I have, yeah, I get to select a new skill. So this is taunt, don't really care about. This is shield bash, actually has a shield. It's so this converts into shield bash. But this is like a tier 2 holy rain. 3 souls falls to the side, damaging your enemies. And his ability to replace the one before it, which is this one. But still 3 swords. Probably just does more damage. So I think we're just gonna. I'm not gonna go tank. I'm gonna go like damage. Oh, fuck it. Gonna go like as much AoE damage as we could go. Yeah, I mean, hey, Dave, if you don't want to join, you don't want to join. I know you got a lot of other things to get done. Like I said, join whatever you can, whatever you want. I'm having fun. Topher probably is feeling sick of shit. Maybe he'll be on later. I don't know, but we're just chilling. We're just trying out games. Like I said, I kind of felt like this week was try games until we find one we kind of liked. But with the caveat that I'm still gonna go back to New World starting next week. To continue on with our New World Ironman grind, and then when that's done, I'm gonna go back to Lotro for a while. So it's not like I'm gonna find a forever game or a new grindy game. Finding something to do, something to play with you guys, kind of thing. Like maybe this can be like a community night game, like when I find one that I like, where I play it like once a month with you know, community. I will say though, for how much I despise the idea of the crafting time gate in the other game we played last night, Dig, I kind of was looking forward to seeing how the game progressed further in, like seeing how it like as you get further levels, as you get like better gear and explore the game further, like what more the game had to offer, see how it, like ended up. Kind of interested in that. Alright, so we gotta slay armored crabs until we get 10 sturdy shells. Yeah, you're not wrong, Edge. Go where two is a good idea. I am contemplating. There still is on the chopping block. Final Fantasy 14 for me. I still want to give Albion Online a try, and not like hardcore PvP try, but you know, just shits and giggles. You know, maybe do some crafting and stuff, have some fun. I guess that's actually a pretty decent grind spot. The mobs are pretty close together. There's like 6 of them. Not too bad for like a level 5 spot. Is the music a little too loud for you guys and sound effects? I can turn it down a smidgen if you guys want. Try to make sure it was loud enough to where, you know, you guys had something to listen to while I'm running around. It wasn't just dead sound, you know? Music's not too terrible. It's obviously very generic, short, repeating verses and stuff, which eventually would just turn into background noise and just like kind of tune out, but which is what most background music is for anyway. I wonder if fishing is actually worth doing. I'm assuming there's like fishing into cooking, which allows you to make food for survivability purposes. Bro, that guy is sick. What the bro, that's insane. He's a dragon. Well, so I feel like that's why I wanted to try it a little bit further, Dig, just to see, because obviously if you can go to level 100 and you can ascend and there's a rebirth supposedly, I don't know if it's actually in the game yet, but in general, if that is something that's possible, then I'm curious to know if like how far it goes, right? What else is there to like to do, if that makes sense? Because obviously there's people that are at max level, right? And like I said, I don't know how many people have ascended. I don't know how many people have rebirthed, if that's even a thing in the game. You know, obviously implants play a role in the game as well to stat stack even further. So there's some min-maxing to come into play, but I'm more or less like curious on the gear, like how much gear is in the game, you know, in correlation to like what we saw for crafting purposes in that town. Like where does that armor hold up in the grand scheme of tier list that's available in the game right now? Is it like bottom of the barrel? Is it mid pack? Is it top tier? Like I'm just kind of curious. Like you said, I do agree that the game's only been out for a year. It's probably a single dev. He's obviously not being able to pump out that much content and updates. And like you said, after a year of the game being out and that's the state it's still in, curious to know where it was at when it first started, to know how far it's come, or if it's gone anywhere, right? Because I do agree, I feel like there's not much more to it. Maybe there's more zones and more quests to do, and they're all just a kind of rinse and repeat. Kill this mob, pick up this loot. Kill this mob, pick up this loot. You know, like the same standard, you know, quest, you know, loop that every game has. But I think there has to be bosses. There has to be possibly some dungeons or something in the game. I don't know. Whoa, Medicaid, what's going on? This is some free-to-play MMORPG on Steam. Kind of looks okay. Not hating it. We played one last night. It was like a $5-10 game. We were just talking about it. It's not a bad game, but I don't think it's worth $5-10. I'm definitely not worth a membership. No, what happened? I mean, it depends on what we're talking about, but is it like a recent thing for New World? Like, did it happen like in the last couple days, last week? Or is this like something that's happened like a couple months ago? Oh yeah, that was months ago. Yeah. Yeah, they released the new expansion, made all the prerequisite one, that one and the prerequisite one free to play for everybody. So now anybody and everybody can play it as long as they have the base game. So that was announced like a month or so ago. I'm still playing the game because I started a character when they launched it, and I want to. Okay, so this one can go up. We can upgrade to 5. But do I do that? I mean, it does give me 2 vitality as well. I feel like it's not really worth my shards right now. We'll do it later. Anyway, so yeah, they basically gave us the new expansion for free. They made the previous one free, and then they 2 weeks after they gave it to us, they're like, oh yeah, guess what? There's no more updates, and we aren't sunsetting the game as of yet, but they plan on keeping the servers up through 2026. But that's kind of all up in the air, open-ended, no clear direction on if they're shutting the servers down or when they're shutting them down. They said they'd give us 6 months notice before they did anything, but you know, with their track record, they're probably not going to give us more than 10 seconds notice. See, that's the thing. People keep saying, oh, it's shutting down, but they never specifically said the servers will shut down after 2026. They said the plan was to keep it running through 2026, but they're currently not sunsetting the game, but that if they decide to do it, they would give us a 6 months notice. That's the gist of what was said. But the guarantee is no updates going forward. They will fix things, and they will, you know, anything that's broken, anything that's you know, glitched or whatever, you know, they'll do the tweaks and the fixes, but they're not going to give us new content going forward. I mean, but at the end of the day, Medicaid, like, I've talked about it thousands of times already on stream, but just because a game decides it's not going to give us content anymore and it's possibly going away, more than likely going to be shut down after 2026, but it's not confirmed yet, doesn't mean that the game is shit. I mean, the game's shit, right? I love the game and I will continue playing the game, but what I mean is, like, just because it's going away doesn't mean that you shouldn't play it if you have fun playing it. If you have fun playing it, continue to play it. Right? If you have aspirations to jump in and have some fun with it, there's no reason not to. I want to say yes and no, Medicated. So Lost Ark in the beginning, it was very pay to win. And the reason I say that is because the reason I say that is because it anybody that played the game at the very start, if they swiped their credit card and got gold early and they were buying materials from people trying to make gold early, they have an advantage because they were ahead of everybody else in gear, right? And in gear score, and they were able to do the higher tier content sooner. So once they got to a high tier point in their gear itself, they were able to start using that gear and that currency to stockpile more currency. So they were selling carries for people. So they would carry people in dungeons and in raids and stuff and make a ton of gold, a ton of currency back from everything they were putting into it, right? So it was one of these, they put currency in to basically, they invested currency early to get tons of currency later. And that's why the pay to win happened. So what ended up happening is the overall community got to a general consensus that if you didn't have tier 2 gear, right, you couldn't run, so you needed the second, let's say you wanted to go run a dungeon, right? You wanted to run a T1 dungeon. They wouldn't let you run a T1 dungeon unless you had T2 dungeon gear, right? Couldn't run T2 dungeon unless you had T3 dungeon gear, and so on and so forth, right? So that's kind of what ended up happening with the game, was the community kind of got a hold of this mentality and refused to let people play the game as it was intended. So it became this quote unquote pay to win process. So now if you're not at the top, you basically can't really progress because you have to pay the people at the top to carry you through the raids. So you can't, so you're giving them gold. You need gold to upgrade your characters, right? So if you're paying them gold to carry you through a raid to get the gear, you then need to farm gold to upgrade that gear, but you've already paid the gold to somebody else. So now you have to farm a secondary set. You have to do like a gold farm to get more gold to actually upgrade your gear after you paid your gold. So it puts the people below the people at the top further behind, while the people at the top infinitely farm gold. And since they can infinitely farm gold, they're always going to be ahead of the people that aren't, right? So once again, it's not quote unquote pay to win, but swiping your credit card gives you a huge advantage. But nowadays, if you don't swipe your credit card, you almost can't catch up. Like, you can, don't get me wrong, you 100% can, especially if you have friends, right? Because the only thing that holds you back in that game is the fact that you can't run dungeons without paying someone to carry you, right? Raids and stuff, right? Now, if you have a group of friends or you get into a guild that allows for you to not have to pay for the carries or the runs, then you can easily catch up. You can easily progress. But that's what holds you back in the game. So, because you need crafting materials to upgrade your gear, you need gold, and you need the gear. So if you swipe your credit card, you can have a bunch of, in-game premium currency, and you can use that premium currency to buy upgrade materials. You can use it to buy gold. You can use it to buy like some of the gear that you're supposed to be farming, so you don't have to worry about farming for it. You just get it, and then you swipe your credit card for gold to actually upgrade it. So you can catch up. So I would say in some way, shape, or form, it is technically pay to win. It's just not in the traditional sense you would think of. It's not like you swipe your credit card to get some item that just makes you overpoweredly strong, right? You're literally swiping your credit card just so you can get the materials to actually upgrade to play the game. But they have added a lot of solo dungeons and raids. like the solo versions of like every raid, solo dungeons of every dungeon, so you can actually go in and play it solo. But at the end of the day, you still have to swipe your credit card to kind of progress in the game, and the sheer reason for that is the game is about having ults. Absolute phenomenal game. Take everything I said, Medicated, with kind of like a grain of salt, because it's a phenomenal game. The combat system is amazing. The grouping system and mechanics for supports and tanks and DPS and countering mechanics, you know, dodging mechanics, the actual dungeons and raid mechanics are pretty spot on. Like, it's a really good game. It's the community that kind of ruins it. And like I said, with the addition of the solo stuff, it's really good. I would definitely go back to it if I had, you know, less things on my plate to play, because it was a really fun game. I absolutely loved it. It was very satisfying combat wise, blowing up hundreds and hundreds of mobs, watching the screen explode, just, you know, mowing down just hordes of monsters. It was really chill. I really liked it. Unlock Rift World 3. Hell yeah. Dig, you're probably not going to be able to yet, but I would work on unlocking, I think it's Rift 6. It might be a little difficult because some of them require you to get like a Divine Knight orb of like X amount there, or to kill a, you know, mega boss there, or, you know, there's a couple of miscellaneous things you got to do in there to push the tiers. But I think it's Rift 6 or 7. It allows for your traps to auto claim every 24 hours. So on your daily reset when you log in, it'll auto claim your traps for you. It's very, very helpful. So now you set your traps and you don't have to think about it until you want to retrap. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's awesome. So then you just set 20-hour traps and you just ignore it until you need to retrap, right? Now, obviously, you still want to run 20-minute traps when you're like pushing critter counts, and stuff like that. But for now, you just set like nature traps. Basically, what you want to do right now, since you need to level up your trapping, you need to set most 20-hour traps for EXP, and then like one trap for critters, so you can complete the critter quest to move to the higher tier critters. That's what I would do. There's a little bit of, like, we can talk about it in a little bit if you want. Doesn't matter to me. All right, reach level 11 to continue this quest. Okay, so I'm assuming I shouldn't just be sitting here beating the shit out of people, because these guys don't give a lot of XP. Quests are going to give us the XP. I can just get some side quests to continue on. Was just kind of ranting and talking. But yeah, Medicated, like I said, if you are interested in playing that game, they've added a lot of good stuff to it. Like I said, the thing I was trying to get to that I kind of got sidetracked on was, even with all of that in mind, if you had a group to play with, if you played everything solo, blah, 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 you still kind of need to swipe your card a small amount because you need character slots. There's like 40 different characters in the game, and the more characters you have, the more materials you can farm every week. And the more materials you can farm every week, the faster you can upgrade your characters. That's why I quit the game though, because if you play the game kind of chill, you know what I mean? Like, you played it with just one character and you played it really slow and nonchalant or whatever, you could enjoy the game because you're just playing on one character, you're just having fun, right? But if you're trying to take it somewhat serious and trying to grow your character as fast as possible, and you're playing like 15 characters every week or whatever, it can burn you out because it feels like a job more than anything. Right? I was looking for some more quests because I thought these guys with like the yellow markers would give you more quests. Yeah, so another thing you can work towards, Dig, is getting Trapper Drone. Trapper drone makes trapping 1,000 trillion kajillion times better. Yeah, Dig, that's what I was saying. Is like the game itself is actually chill. I actually really liked Lost Ark's combat and the playstyle and stuff. The community ruined it for me, but overall, I think the game was absolutely phenomenal. There's obviously like, it had its downsides, right? It has flaws, but it was actually a great game. Yeah. So, Dig, hear me out. Take 10 minutes. Well, it's gonna take you more than 10 minutes, but take a night, put it on one screen, right? Go and set traps on the scorpions with silk skin boxes or whatever they're called. Hold on. Like silk boxes or whatever. So yeah, go here, wherever this is. This is what you need. You need to crush the scorpions. So set silk skin boxes. Specifically. Because they give you, they give you shiny multi. Right? So it gives you a chance at getting shinies, more or less, right? But set silk skin boxes up. Costs you 1 poison frog and 5 red salts to make these, right? But yeah, make this, put this on every character because it'll give you, I mean, depending on what your character level is, but each new box gives you an extra trap slot. You know this. But put these down on all of it. Keep it at 20 minutes and just play on, just play on this guy, Windwalker, whoever he is. I don't remember what his actual character is. Trapping dude. So you can do the Hawkeye. Right? Just leave him on the other screen doing something. Whatever it is you want to do with him. And just leave this window up right here, and whenever you see it green on the other screen, just click collect until you have the scorpions. And then move on. Because the goal is you want to get to the furthest critters you can, because the further the critters you go, the more XP you get, right? So like these critters will give more XP than the crabs, right? But the mousies will give more XP than scorpions, and so on and so forth. So you want to push your way through these just to get to the higher tier ones so you can farm XP for bigger traps. The goal to trapping is to be able to make the highest tier trap you possibly can as soon as you can, or bare minimum, you're trying to get to royal traps as fast as possible. You're trying to get to this as fast as possible, which requires 48 trapping. This will give you the most traps you could possibly get. It also has a 20-minute cycle time on them, and this is pretty much what you will use going forward once you get to them. Unless you're farming EXP on a V-Man, and then you're just going to use the nature traps. You'll use these on the V-Man. Once again, 20-minute traps, or 20-hour traps. So, that's the goal. You want as much XP as possible once you get to higher tier people, so you can put better traps on. Better traps means more traps you put down, and then you start trapping critters. You can start finishing out your vials, you can start maxing out your salt lick, you start, you know, putting critters towards crafting materials, filling out your refinery, so on and so forth. We're at Choco's. Okay. And back to yeah, so that's what I'm saying. Just keep doing what you were doing, Dig. Just like I said, set it up, put it on the other screen, play something else, and just, you know, every once in a while, just look over it when you see that they're green. Then just click the button, let them pick it up, and move on, right? Obviously, it might catch too many critters. You might fill up your inventory, so you're gonna have to put things in, into the storage after you claim it. But you just rinse and repeat that process, and you'll be good going forward. Keep hitting shift, trying to like dodge roll. Like how it wants me to get to level 11, which I'm only level 8 right now, and I have, but I can't find any quests. I like how it just says reach level 11. It's like it's giving me a direction to run. I wonder if it's like showing me where like another quest is gonna be or something. Copper cave? Yo, is there gonna be copper here? Yo, let's go. One thing I definitely think is a little wonky with this game is the attack isn't where I'm looking. It's where I push like A towards. Like I'm holding W. So if I push W this way, I'll start attacking that way instead. See? Like that's the one thing I dislike, but not that big a deal. This is where it wants me to fight to get XP to level 11, or there has to be another way. Yeah, there has to be another way. There's no way it wants me to just sit here and mindlessly grind mobs to level 11. First, what's this? Attack speed, kind of nice. I wish it wouldn't force me to do that. Strength by 3 and damage by 3. Ooh, I kind of like that. Because then I'm not an attack speed warrior, I am a ability warrior. Like my right click will do more damage. Heal will probably do more damage. Kind of like this. And this is what? Just vitality and max hit points? Yeah. I'm torn. Do we go with attack speed so I can just like whack, 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 whack really fast? Or do we go strength? I think we go strength. Okay. Go strength. Alright, then we got, what do we got here? Holy Thunder, which replaces our heal. When a thunderbolt falls from the sky, damaging your enemies. I think heal 2 would be pretty good. Higher heal, higher damage. Retribution aura. Surround yourself with a divine aura, reflecting damage back to attackers for 8 seconds. I don't like that it's only 8-second cooldown. So we're gonna go with tier 2. So we have still continue to have our heal and the damage from the heal. I kind of really like that. Lets me have a little bit more AoE effect. Alright, I'm gonna be honest, I can't find a quest soon. I don't think I'm gonna sit here and just grind mobs to level 11. There has to be a quest, like a side quest somewhere. Yo, what up, Topher? I got your message. I just forgot to say hi. What's going on, man? Yeah, feeling like shit. Sounds alright. Yo, what up, mate? I mean, I don't expect anything less. Honestly, Tover. I don't play Eidolon as much as the G does. And I know mate doesn't really care what I play. So, I mean, I know he's not here because I don't play Eidolon. He's here just to chat, but he's gonna watch G first, you know? You know, if I was in his shoes, I would do the same, you know? Watch the game that I enjoy playing, and then when that person's gone, and the other people that do stream it are really boring, switch over to the person I like to listen to just chat and rant. Oh, how I would do it. Really, bro? Yep, that. Yep, made me lose some brain cells. Kind of quest fine. Let's go. You just reminded me, today's the last day, right? I need to go do my scratch or get my guaranteed, I need to get my guaranteed, name tag. Yo, we got 3 scratches, we need 3 to get it. We also have 100 boxes on this guy to combine with the other guy. Yeah, I just don't want to forget and not get it. Like, the boxes I can do after the event, it's not a big deal once the event's over, but the scratches, if it goes away, it goes away. I want to make sure I get it. Oh, we got cake again. I'm doing pretty good, you know. Had a good night's sleep, roughly, relatively. Yeah. Got another cake. Oh, guaranteed. Name tag. Bro, this guarantee can suck it. Bro, how, bro, are you kidding me? Obviously I get this one because it's guaranteed, but how do I get 3 wreaths on a guaranteed jackpot? Also, my inventory is full. Did I just cuck myself? I did not want to get rid of that. Whatever. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, Tomer. Like, what the fuck, bro? That's bullshit. That's bullshit. Beyond bullshit. Alright, let's go put this tag away really quick. Oh, man. Dude, that's complete and utter horseshit. I still haven't gotten the hat. Free name tags, baby. It's huge. So we need to pull out one of these. There we go. All right, so we're back to where we were. If I can pull these out. That away. Pull these out. Alright, put this guy back. What he was doing. Alright, we're on Chacos. You guys are curious what we're doing. We're farming for medallions right now. Like the standard medallions. I'm not gonna go for like the one-off medallions because I don't give a shit about Windwalker enough to do the one-off medallions. So we're just gonna farm regular medallions. Get it out of the way. Did I get a quest first? I haven't eaten dinner yet either, too. Oh, can I? I haven't looked. Oh, I had gear. Oh, shit. So we got a Requires level 10. Okay, cool. Glad I got that. Requires level 10. Cool. Okay, how... I am kind of hating this UI system. UI system can kind of suck it, not gonna lie. Because like, I want to get rid of these new tags, but I can't. I have to close the window every time I click on one. Kind of stupid. Alright, we still don't have a helmet yet. This we definitely want to keep because that's our healing weapon. But this looks dope. I don't know if it's going to be good because I really like the hammer purely for the slam ability it has. I know, mate. I know. I got 2 random like pulls and then I got the guarantee pull because I literally haven't turned the game off a single time. I'm curious, Dig, do you know? I know you probably haven't played it that much. Do you know if eventually I could get like a cleave? Like instead of just hitting a single target, I could hit more than one target with my auto attack. Yeah, I mean, AoE abilities is cool and all. I just was curious if like I can get like a cleave on my actual attack. Like I'm wondering if like maybe swords do cleaves or can, or maybe axes, or maybe like later down the road I can like get one that has like an ability that can cleave or something. I don't know. That'd be kind of cool. Almost on the island for the night. Okay, okay. Yeah, take your time. Have fun. That guy looks like he's struggling to combo. He's just attacking shit like thin air. I like how these are quests that I've already done. Oh. Yeah, sounds about right, mate. Let's go. I think they're down the same area. Okay. Yeah, I just don't know what I want to eat, man. I woke up a little later than today because I stayed up late with the wife since I'm not working all week. I've stayed up running a bunch of errands and going to lunch and stuff. So like I said, I went to bed like a little after 2 o'clock in the afternoon. I woke up a little after 10. Now I gotta find something to eat for dinner. Don't really know what I want to make. I mean, we have pizza rolls, but I'm not a huge fan of pizza rolls. They're okay, but they're just not as fire as I would like them to be. We have nuggies, which are okay. Again, nothing inspiring. I have leftover tacos from yesterday. And obviously we can do like make mac and cheese again. Do mac and cheese a lot. There's nothing really standing out. Oh. Bum, 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 bum. Do people look like that, man? They look sick. They only hit one guy with that? Really? It's like right on top of two of them. That's interesting. I wish my slam was more of a dash or something. Because then I can like just dash into a mob and kill it. Level 9. Alright, I got 2 more levels to continue on with the chapter 7. 1 more level we can put on the new gear. I was hoping some of these skills would like allow me to keep walking while I'm doing it. Instead of forcing me to stop. But yeah, I am getting really hungry. Stomach's getting a little growly, you know. Alright. I saw another guy with like a blue quest over his head earlier today too. Alright, play bronze crabbies. Some of those hitboxes on those walls are a little wonky. Okay. One done. Let's go. Wasn't as much experience as I was hoping. Find what I was looking for? Where's that one minute ago? Something about Maple. In Maple Woods. Where the hell is Maple Woods? Somewhere down here? Okay, Forest Shrine. Where's that at? I can't even go down there until I'm 14. Cool. Love it. Love it. Yeah, so I guess I can't do that yet. I gotta find another quest somewhere. Okay. Okay, so this is getting a little tedious. Trying to find these like side quests to actually get to level 11 is getting a little tedious. Like I said, I did see one earlier and I don't remember where I saw it. If I could remember, that'd be really helpful. Yeah, it's all good, dude. We chilling. As I said, I'm about to go make something to eat anyway, so you got time. And you had time anyway. Not like it really matters when you show up. I'm just kind of chilling anyway. I'm just, like I said, I'm mostly just running from zone to zone looking for any side quests. Because like I said, I got the perfect gift, but now I can't even continue that quest on for XP because it's a zone I can't get to. And then in order to continue on with the main story quest, I need to level up anyway. So it's just like, kind of struggling to. I should have just picked up that side quest when I saw it. I didn't realize it was a side quest. I also didn't realize that the game would just hard lock me behind quests like it did. Like, oh, you can't go to the next zone. Suck. It's like, really, bitch? No, thank you. No, thank you. Yep, let's not go there ever again. So nothing here. Okay. So let's head to the zone, yes. Look for some side quest. I'm gonna actually go make something to eat really quick, guys. And I think I'm just gonna do nuggies because they're easy. So I'll be right back. I'm just gonna go throw them in the air fryer. Oh, all right. Nuggies are in the air fryer. They're gonna take about 10 minutes. Got some tea brewing. Be good. What shiny fish are you talking about, dude? Sorry, you got me really confused. Shiny fish. Here? Oh, the blue one? Yo, good fucking luck. That is so fucking random and rare. I hardly ever find it, even with like juiced out like tar pit stuff, right? Chance to catch extra shinies, multiply shinies and stuff, like with all the shiny chances, it's so rare to actually hit it. Don't focus on hitting it. You'll be there for days. It's not worth your time. If you hit it, you hit it. If you don't, you don't. Just don't focus on it. It's that obnoxious. I've sat there for hours clicking my thing at like 50 mil to 100 mil to 1 bill because like my shiny catch chance, like if you look at my shiny catch chance, right? Like I'll go to Poppy really quick. Really look at it. Like I'll claim this, right? You see how fast mine goes up? Which obviously just increases the amount of fish you get. I claim this on cooldown, right? I'll claim it again at like, 60. I could do this for hours and still not hit a blue fish. I know the number doesn't matter, but what I'm saying is like, you could like, even when I'm getting this many chances at catching fish, you can see I hardly ever find it as well. And you can click it like every 15 seconds or whatever, because you gotta wait for this to finish. Maybe it's 20 seconds, I don't know. But with how heavily weighted it is towards like the easier fish, getting the blue fish is so rare, especially when you have the multiplier chances that pop in as well. It honestly is really not worth your time focusing on trying to get one. You're better off just letting the game idle in the background, and when you claim your 20-minute claim of your fish, then claim Poppy, and then set back up for 20 minutes. So it's like you claim Poppy every 20 minutes to try and get the bluefish while you're claiming your traps every 20 minutes. That would be a better use of your time while you're playing another game than sitting here clicking like this. Because like I said, you can sit here for hours doing this. You kinda got it? Bro, it's not worth it. I mean, yes, the multiplier is worth it, right? Like, more multiplier means more. Oh, that just reminded me. More multiplier means more fish, right? And that's good. But at the end of the day, bro, like, not worth your time. Oh, bro, we got a 5-6 roll. Okay, we're not touching that again. All right, we Gucci. We Gucci. We can close this. All right. We just got to get another medallion for the next place. You got pretty lucky getting that bluefish. I'm not gonna lie. Right, so we haven't been here yet. Maybe there is a quest we can do. There's people to talk to, but don't be quest. I will say I like that there's like hidden items that you can go and find, but I don't like that they're so obvious. Like they're in a chest that's opened. Like I like finding them like behind a rock, in a bush, behind some piles of like things. Like finding one of those bushes makes sense, right? But just being in the open, just seeing a chest from across the map, just kind of ruins the exploration fun of it. The fact that you can't jump, like that one, at least it's behind a bush. But you can't jump, you can't climb like stairs and stuff, kind of also ruins the exploration factor. Like getting close to like something like this, like you can't walk past things. Some things have really big hitboxes and stuff. Ooh, a halberd. We could try a halberd out, see what the weapon ability is for that. I don't think there's a quest. Oh, actually, this might be where I saw the quest. There was a guy with a blue question mark in here, wasn't there? Yes, there was. Okay, this is where I remember seeing the quest. Alright. This was the quest I remember seeing. Level 23? Oh, hell yeah. Congrats. Alright, we'll see if we can catch up. I'm gonna do my best. I said I'm a third of the, or a quarter of the way to level 10 to get my new gear. I just need to find... What is this? The Purple Temple one. I need to find more quests. That's the thing that's holding me back. Like, if I can get to a level 11, I can continue on with the storyline. And if I can open up more zones, obviously I can get more quests and stuff. But I don't want to sit here and have to grind mobs for EXP, right? That's what I'm trying to avoid. I don't want to grind for like 10 XP per kill bullshit. Because then I'll just be here for fucking ever. And I'm sorry, I don't want to play... If I wanted to play Maple Story, I'd play Maple Story. Once you... Wait, what? Wait, Cryptic Remains? Wait, what? 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 Huh? Once you've found something of note in Cryptic Remains. What's... Okay, I'm just gonna guess that it's an item from something here. I mean, it could just be a random item on the ground too that we could pick up somewhere.
Would you like a cup of water? Cause you look thirsty as fuck right now.
Oh, mate, thanks for that, man. I appreciate it. So we're gonna try and do both. We're gonna walk around, killing mobs. We're also gonna look for maybe a red, like, yeah, maybe that sword. At least it's somewhat intuitive of like figuring out where you gotta go, what you gotta do. Like, it wasn't very descriptive of what I was looking for or like where, you know what I mean? But it was at least telling me where, and I could just click here and I can see that I'm in the right place because it's like the same name as what the quest told me. So that is at least somewhat intuitive. I'm not hating that option. Alright, so we did open up the next zone, doing that quest. And then this guy now wants us to do... Once you found something of note, blah, blah, blah. Okay, so we're gonna run around. We're gonna try and find... Alright, maybe this? Maybe this? Okay. You can find weapons to sleep on. So is it like a special additive perk? And you say special ability, so is that just like an extra perk on the weapon, or is it like the right click? It's like my right click on this is just a big slam that has a cooldown on it. Okay. Because like that I wouldn't be opposed to, right? So if you're fighting like single target, you can just left click, but if you're fighting multiple targets, you can just right click spam, you know? So it says, once you found something of note in Mystic Woods, which I think is where we're at. Yeah. Talk to so and so. Okay, so we're gonna have to be a little careful because it's a level 12 zone. Oh, those are some big boys. Okay. Alright, how about we look over here first? Okay, maybe it's not over here. Okay, so these guys combat? They don't? Okay. As long as they don't combat, we should be fine. Oh, this color scheme is really wonky. Kind of hurting my head. Yeah, I saw that earlier. It shows you the different abilities, the different armors that you unlock at certain tiers and stuff like that. So it does have some potential. It's just, but the weapons themselves, like you're talking about, Dig, each weapon style has its own right click, right? So for example, like the axe has like a smash attack, but it's not the same as the smash attack from the mace, right? This scepter has a heal right click instead. All right, I can't wear this yet, but this might have slashes enemies with a wide arc. So this here has the slash, right? The sweeping edge weapon ability. I don't know what the cooldown is on this, but like this one has the guardian heal. This one has reduces physical and elemental damage taken by you. Interesting. Smash to the ground, dealing damage. Seismic slam drops from above, cracks some massive damage. So this is my favorite so far. Oh, we finally got a helmet. But once we hit one more level, we get the new pants, steel pants. Once we get to 10, so we can upgrade our pants. Yeah, we're doing pretty good so far. There is, I've seen a cooking camp, Dig. I want to say, if I had to recall, the cooking camp was like here or maybe here. It's like right along one of these paths. There's a camp with a guy wearing like a chef's outfit. He kind of looks like a goblin with a chef's outfit. You can talk to him about cooking. I saw him for sure. And obviously I saw like the fishing guys as well. All right, so once you found something of note, okay. Camera angles are a little wonky. Yeah, so that answers my question. So not that there's sweep left attacks that as of yet that I know of, but there's at least the right click sweep from the sword, and depending on its cooldown, it might be worth it. All right, so we now officially have unlocked all the way to here. We got the quest done. We did hit level 10.5, which is huge. And we can now try out the sword. It's going to be less damage because it's not upgraded. But yeah, so it's not... Yeah, I don't think that's as good. I mean, the sweep could be strong. There's a big sweep. I don't like the smash. We can try this for a minute. It does have faster attack speed. I'm not opposed to it. But I'd have to upgrade it to match its damage, which isn't a big deal. I think the one thing about this, the slam is pretty big. I don't know about the arc. Like, arc's pretty big. Okay. I do like that it's like kind of like a 360 though. So it could be a viable weapon in comparison to the hammer. I've never been a Hammer fan. Hammers are just meh, in my opinion. Yeah, that's what I was just testing, Dig. Yeah. No, Tiff, don't. It's good. It's good. Go get some sleep, man. You know me, man. I don't care. You need to sleep. You need to sleep. I'm not gonna keep you. Steel gauntlets. Yo. You wanna wear that? Oh, I forgot. I can wear this too. So we got new pants. Where'd my gauntlets go? Didn't I just pick up a pair of gauntlets? Cool. Good talk. Oh, they're right here. Like, where'd they go? Yeah, this happened to close each thing. I mean, you can use escape, but having to close each one is really annoying. Really freaking annoying, not gonna lie. Alright. That's done. Can't get to the orange quest until we're 14. But we are 63% to our next quest. Oh wait, Maplewood's disappeared. What? It said to the south. Okay, well. Guess we're going this way. Bro, did it says south. Like, tell me I'm wrong. Tell me I'm wrong, Dig. Talk to Roy in Maplewoods south. That quest I obtained in Peaceful Clearing. If it says south, it means here. It doesn't mean go northeast. This is map, like, it says north, it says south. South is down. They're saying. Not wrong, you're wrong. No, Colonel Sanders, you're wrong. I'll take a look at it in a second. Is there multiple Maplewoods? If so, that makes sense. Oh, there is. Oh, okay. I saw that portal said Maplewoods with a little abbreviation on it. Okay. I wasn't expecting that. But once again, from the perspective of a just first time interactor, you're reading a quest and it literally says the word south on it. Your first thought is looking south, right? You're not looking at the name and look, oh, is it tagged as south or is it tagged as north, right? We're not looking at the little tags on this. We're thinking south of where you got it. Like at first glance, in my opinion, that's what you're thinking, right? Like most players, that's what they would think. Now, obviously, once you figure out that that's what they mean, going forward, you know what you're looking for. But yeah, that's a little annoying. I was just following instructions. I mean, I would agree with you in general knowledge, Dig, but we're talking about video game developers that 90% of the time they can't do anything correct. You know what I mean? Like, do you really trust that they did it correctly? You know what I mean? Like that's where I'm going with it. Is like, we're going off of, did they do it the way they should have done it? Or are they being dumb? Right. If they did it correctly, which these guys did, right? You don't know that until you figure it out. Now that I know they did it correctly, I know what to look for going forward. But like I said, your first 20 minutes into the game, you get hit with that. I mean, obviously, maybe hour. You get hit with that. You're trying to figure it out. Your first thought is, oh, is it south of where I'm at? Well, it's too high of a level. And then if you like look around a little bit more than what I did, because I was just looking to the south, I was confused. If I would have looked north and I would have saw that it had the quotes south on it, because I don't read, then it would have made a lot more sense. What do we do? Deliver them to... Wait, I can't just give him part of my fish? Bro, what do I do with all my... I have too much stuff. What do I do with it all? The fuck? Do I have to sell some stuff? I don't want to sell anything. Back to catching 10 fish. I'm gonna get my food while we do this. I'll be back. Oh, all right. We got our tea that we're gonna try. New brand new tea to try, and we got our nuggies. All right, so Oh, they give hunter quests? I haven't seen those yet. Okay. You can trade. You know what else you can do? Dig? You know what else you can do? You can fucking delete items out of your inventory. Ten out of 10 compared to yesterday. Like, the inventory management in the other game was so off-putting. It was so off-putting from yesterday. Damn, mate. That's so unfortunate. Inventory is officially full. I'm gonna go pee really quick. Wait a second. Guys, it's still candy cane? Oh my god, bro. That's ridiculous. Alright, we're gonna try this tea, guys. Wish me luck. You know, not terrible. But it's just plain old black tea. No. Maybe it wouldn't be so bad if I put some honey in it, but I'm trying to find one that I don't have to add anything to it. It'd be kind of nice, you know, to just have a tea that I just stick it in, brew it, pull it out, drink it. I don't have to add any additives, like sweeten it up. So, not bad. I would say it's equivalent to like Lipton iced tea. I think the other game also had pets, Dig, that you farm the mobs until you got a pet egg. I just don't know how it worked yet. But like I said, the contributing factor to me right now, the night and day difference, is the fact that I can actually delete items out of my inventory. All right, so here's the chef I was talking about. Can you teach me to cook? Learn to find out to cooking. Well, sorry, I'm not here to teach you. I'm here to cook. What's gonna taste it? Okay, so there is a cooking thing somewhere. I don't know where yet, though. Is there an auto run button? Guess not. Wait, what are we talking about, Edge? Orange Pico. What's that? Oh. I have no idea, Edge. I just started drinking tea. Well, I mean, when I was younger, I always had like just traditional Georgia sweet tea. You know, Lipton iced tea with just a shit ton of sugar. That's what I drank my whole life growing up. But I'm trying to get rid of or away from added sugar, so I stopped drinking tea like 15 years ago. But I'm trying to obviously get back to drinking tea because tea is healthy for you. But I don't want to have additives, right? I don't mind adding a little bit of honey, but if I can avoid adding honey to it, it would be nice, right? Because then I could just brew it and drink it, and it tastes fine without having to add anything to it, right? So her mom got me a variety pack. It was like 100 pack of 100 different things of tea. So I could try a whole bunch of things, right? And see if I like something. The one I had today was called Irish Breakfast. There's no, what can we call it to it? There's no additives. There's no blends or blends is what I was thinking of. It's not blended with anything, so it's just pure black tea. And so it tastes a lot like Lipton iced tea. Because Lipton isn't blended either. So it's not that it's bad, it's just bland. Right, it's just black tea leaves, that's it. Bland black tea leaves. 10 sardines and deliver it. These are silver sides. I don't think I've gotten a single sardine. I wonder if I can sell to this person. No, I'm just gonna throw them on the ground. Nice. Yeah, I haven't messed with it all that much. Okay. I need to figure out how to cook. Or I'm just gonna get rid of these fish. One of those two is gonna happen. Alright, we'll just sell everything. Okay. Just easier. I would like to just cook them and just like kind of like RuneScape style, hold on to everything and just make do with what we can. But we did hit 11 though from that quest, so I'm just gonna try and finish up the side quest before we move on, I guess. Pesto pasta chicken, yeah, pesto pasta and chicken's really good. Not something I would eat all the time, but it's definitely a light flavor. I don't hate it. But yeah, that's kind of what I'm looking for, man. I'm looking for like a blend of tea that has like something blended into it that gives it some like sweetness or some sort of like tolerable flavor to I wouldn't say mask the black tea bitterness or blandness, but at least makes it enjoyable to drink without having to add anything. That's what I'm trying to get. But I also want it to be easy, right? Right, I want it to be easy. I don't want it to have to get a little whiskey thing and have to whisk the stuff to make a broth. And you know, I've seen some green teas where it's like matcha or whatever, where they have this like bowl and a whisk thing, and you have to like whisk all the powder in, and they got to make this brothy brew stuff. And like, no, I need something where I can just dip it in some hot water, let it sit for a few minutes, and drink it. I want something simple, easy. So far, mate, I'm liking it. It's easy. Easy, but yet you see the progression at the same time. The combat feels kind of nice. Obviously a little clunky, because every time you attack, your character stops moving. I'm not a huge fan of the non-movement combat style. But it's fine. Like in an ASDW game, I don't like not being able to move while doing attacks, right? It drives me insane. And I click to move, it's fine. But the progressions are already better so far. The fact that I can actually delete stuff from my inventory, huge plus. Questing simple. The questing is very simple, as in it kind of just gives you the fucking answer. It points you in the direction, gives you a little marker, just tells you what to do. I mean, obviously the quest might get a little bit more difficult down the road, but so far it's very, hey, follow this marker until you get to where you're going. So I like that, but I also, it can be a little meh in a lot of situations where it's like, I don't put any effort in. In games with zero effort, it can be hit or miss if they have retention or not. But overall, not too bad. Like, the gear looks kind of cool. You know, I put a lot of spikes on it, made it look kind of like less bland. Art style is a little wonky, but it's what they were going for. I don't hate it. But, yeah, not too bad. I'm not hating it. For the first 2 hours of playing it, it's a step up from yesterday. For sure. On multiple fronts. The one thing I did like about yesterday's game was the map. The map was actually kind of cool. I feel like the guy that developed yesterday's game put more time and effort into the map than he did any other part of the game. But yeah, Edge, I'm looking for 3 different teas. I'm looking for a black tea, a green tea, and a chamomile tea. Now, there's not much difference between black tea and green tea health benefits wise. So, I technically need both, but that's kind of the goal at least. Now we have 3 of 10. So there's one tea her mom gave me that she really likes, and I didn't hate it. I just think there's too much cinnamon in it. I can pull it up in a second here if I can find it while we're fishing in a second here. But it's called like sweet and spicy. I'd have to actually go and pull it up, I think. But basically, I was looking at the ingredients of it. It's black tea, green tea, chamomile tea with cinnamon and a couple other ingredients. And the cinnamon is a little too overpowering, but it also, since it has all 3 teas in it, I struggle with that one because it the chamomile kind of hits me harder than the caffeine does, so it kind of somewhat puts me to sleep. Yeah, it's this. Can I just pull up the pictures? It's this. Sweet and spicy, you know, original flavor. Caffeine, oh, that's why. I never realized it was caffeine free. So it's caffeine free. But if you like... This actually has different ingredients than the one I have. This might not be the exact one, hold on. It looks like the same one. It looks like the same one. But the ingredient looks different. Huh. Anyway, so I was reading the box that I had. Like I said, it had black tea, it had green tea, it had chamomile in it, it had cinnamon and a handful of other things. But like I said, cinnamon was just way too overpowering, and it kind of just, it's what gives it the spicy. I feel like with too much chamomile, with too much cinnamon, it just made it, what makes it kind of spicy in a way. Is weird. I wasn't a huge fan of that part, but it wasn't bad. Like, that was something I could literally just brew and drink without doing anything to it. Right, so I didn't hate that one. It puts me to fucking sleep. There's no caffeine in it, I guess. I never noticed that. And it has chamomile, and chamomile relaxes you and kind of puts you to sleep. So I fall asleep at my computer trying to drink it. Yeah, I've run into that a handful of times, Zig. Not opposed to that. Yeah, so from my understanding, when it comes to cold brew teas, Edge, doesn't that take hours? Like, you literally throw a couple tea bags or like the tea thing inside of like a jug or something, and you put it in the fridge for like 6 to 10 hours. Like that one wasn't bad, Edge. It just, I like cinnamon, but not that much cinnamon. It was too cinnamon-y for me. Yeah, I haven't heard of a Pico black tea. Let's look. The label of this is just off-putting. So this one just seems off-putting. Obviously, this is Walmart, so take it with a grain of salt. But it literally says, I was going to show it, but I don't want to accidentally DOS myself just in case there's something on the screen. But it literally says, orange pico loose black tea. So how is it orange and black? Kind of confused. Is the orange just the color of the leaf, and then the black refers to the color of the water? But also, I don't want it to be loose leaf. Like I said, I know I'm getting a little picky here, but I don't want it loose leaf. I want it to already be bagged, right? So I don't have to worry about like scooping it and putting it into a thing itself and cleaning that thing. You know what I mean? I don't have to deal with all the headaches when it comes to that. Oh, it's just the type of leaf. Okay, gotcha. Yeah, I don't want to have to do that. Like, I just want it to be in a bag, right? Like, it's already like bagged. That makes sense. They should. That's what I was saying. Like, the one I clicked on, though, didn't have it. Yeah, like this one, Literally says gallon-sized tea bags. That's a little big. So, but yeah, you recommend orange pico black tea? I might have one. I can try one. Like I said, her mom bought me a variety pack, and it had like 100 different things in there. So I'm pretty sure there's gonna be one in there that's gonna be that. So we'll definitely try it when we get to it. I did try a French vanilla one, and I fucking hate it. I took 2 sips and spit it out. I couldn't drink that. That was awful. I have no idea what the ingredients were of that one, but I fucking spit that shit out real quick. I think it was the vanilla. I did not enjoy that at all. That was dreadful. It's not really tea. Well, that's what I was saying. It's like they have so many different types, right? So many different blends or whatever. And like I said, I didn't go out and buy that one Edge. It was literally a box of variety pack of tea, right? Bunch of different brands, a bunch of different versions, 1 tea bag of each type. And like this is just one of the ones that was in there. I'm just like, that was dreadful. Like I said, the black Irish, the Irish breakfast one is just super simple. Bandit, what's going on, my friend? Welcome, welcome. Sorry if you've messaged a while ago. We've just been chatting about this and trying to eat food at the same time. But I appreciate you stopping by. Hope you're doing well. Thank you, thank you, thank you. That's a fancy tea. I know. It was cool. Like I said, I enjoy it. I appreciate that she did that for me, since like, it was her mom that gave it to me. And she knows I'm just trying out a bunch of the Irish breakfast. Like I said, it's literally bland. It's bland and somewhat bitter because I let it steep for too long, which is fine. That's partially on me, but also it has no blend. It's literally just black tea. It's just the black tea leaves itself. It's just that's it. There's no sweetness. There's no nothing to it. There's nothing with it. I can drink it. I don't enjoy it, but I can drink it, right? And yeah, that's why I said I really appreciate that she did that for me, because like you said, it gives me 100 different variations of things to try. And if I find one I like, I know where I can go, right? And then it gives me a basis of things that I like and dislike, if I can like keep track of it all, right? So I appreciate that she did it for me, and we're gonna go through them all, and we're gonna try them all one at a time. But I'm also like, that's why I talked to you guys about it too, to try and get some recommendations. But I'm gonna go to the bathroom. I need like 5 minutes. I'll be right back, guys. Give me a sec. Alright. Jeez. Alright. Oh, you going to bed? I appreciate you. Sorry. Like I said, I went to the bathroom. If you're already gone, sorry I missed you. But have a good night, man. Appreciate you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I'll definitely try to keep track of the recommendation. I think we have enough sardines. Run away. Yeah. When you say boss, is it like a dungeon dig or is it like open world boss? Well, that's cool. Yeah, I remember part of the main story. It took me into like a starter dungeon to kill a dude, which I'm assuming didn't really have anything because it's like part of like the intro storyline. But yeah, I think dungeons would be sick. Be able to farm for some gear. And pets would be sick too. Do the pets actually fight for you or are they cosmetic? What's a woman to do? Don't need the next fishing rod. What the shit? This one is a better quality than this one though. Like this one will go to 3, this one go to 5. Technically this one would be stronger. We can get rid of this. We can get rid of this. Do we sell the rest of our fish? Oh, we still don't have enough. Alright, so I think we could fish, right? We can just fish for some extra cash. Or do you think we come back and do this later? It's 2 gold per fish. We need like a little over 100 gold. So it's roughly like 75 fish. I don't think that's too hard. Then we can do the fishing rod, maybe? Cosmetic to your knowledge, okay. So they don't technically fight for you, but they do give like character buffs. That's pretty cool. Gotta go back to work. All right, Bandit. Like I said, sorry that I went to the bathroom right when you said that. If you're still here, appreciate you for stopping by. But yeah, same to you. If you are, like I said, if you are still here, I hope you had a good year. Hope you had a good like last little bit. Holidays went well, and hopefully next year I see you some more, and you have a good, safe, enjoyable next year. Appreciate you, man. Thank you, thank you. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not really hating this game. I'm actually surprised how much I'm not hating this game. All right, we got our medallion here. Time to farm. I think I need this one too. Cards. Yeah, we need this one too. Okay. Turn these on and on. Boom. And then we'll just let them go to town. Oh, he's just gonna sit there. I'll have to check this one in a little bit. Where is my fishing level located on my character? Is it under skills? I think so. Okay. Fishing, yeah, fishing 9 out of 100. Yo. Okay, herring is 11. Okay. So we have to get to 11 no matter how we look at it. So we can do the herring fish plus. And we are 9. So we gotta fish to at least 11. Alright. So at least we have a goal. Got your second pet. Let's go. So when you get a pet, does it drop as like a full pet and you just equip it and use it as you need, or do you have to do something with it to like hatch it or to summon it or anything crazy, right? Alright, one more level and we'll be able to fish herring. Okay, so as long as you have any pet equipped, it'll do the same thing, but it just depends on what it looks like. Gotcha. Which I'm not opposed to. I kind of like the cosmetic wars, you know? Like getting cool looking pets is always kind of fun. Getting close. We're getting close. Yeah. So by the time we get to level 11, we'll have more than enough money for our fishing rod. And we can go fish. Get the other fishing quests done. Forgiveness is coming to a close in less than 24 hours. Make your final wishes, do your final tickets, and give your Santa Snake a big hug. What the fuck? What a message, bro. What a message. That does remind me though, I need to do candles. I keep forgetting to do my candles. I haven't done any of my digs in so long. Can't be fucking bothered. It's so tedious. Stopping what I'm doing just to go to a random place to type dig in a random spot of the map, like, then I have to go back to what I'm doing. It's just so annoying. Anyway, so our damage is up to 51 million with our current setup. It's basically a fire bow, which isn't the best bow I have actually. With 2 damage rings. We should probably put on our dust bow. Oh, why I didn't. I mean, I could also put on my tempest bow, which is even stronger. Let's put on the dust bow. 87 mil. Pretty solid. Let's put on the dust bow just for extra dust. Should have did that to begin with, but fine. Yeah, I haven't found a pet yet. There was something I did see. I think it's in here. It's the Remnants tab. This is cool. I'm assuming these are all bosses. Like different, like, rare name bosses. Do they have like specific names? The Omen, the Void. They have like named names. Trials, I'm assuming, are dungeons of some kind. It's like this is the same. This is the looks like the boss, right? This looks like the same boss from the Remnants page. Some of these are different though. Like this looks like the one from the Void. This looks like the reindeer from the other one. So I think they kind of, some of them overlap, but not all of them. Some of them. This one probably has world bosses because there's more of these than there are of the other one. I was looking to see if there was a log for mobs though. Because you said like you can get pets from a lot of different mobs or whatever. I was wondering if like every mob had a pet or if there was a way to like track it. Alright, so we should have enough to buy. We have enough to buy this. Should be level 11 now. $32 or higher. Wait, what? Get off of me, Jesus Christ! All right, what does it want me to do this in? It says 32. Only this side, maybe? There's a couple pitching spots over here. Huh. Okay. Oh, net. Okay, I fucked up, but that's fine. I didn't read the net part. Reading is hard. Okay? Still talk about it. I'm curious if they have, whatchamacallit? If they have, profession outfits. Like, do they have fishing outfits? And, like, cooking outfits and stuff? Because that would be really cool. Having to go and farm up those outfits to, like, increase the efficiency at which you cook at or you fish at, you know, increasing your catching chances, maybe double catches, higher rarity fish, stuff like that. That'd be really sick. You're welcome, man. Like I said, I'm assuming you already left, but appreciate you, man. Thank you, thank you, thank you. There's a herring. Let's go. Alright, so I think I kind of want to sell these actually because I need the gold now that I just bought that. So we'll just catch everything we can, sell everything else. Gotta be careful. Oh, do you know if there's a way to lock things so they don't get deleted? They're miscellaneous items, so if I go to the vendor and I just sell all miscellaneous, it'll sell those fish that I want to keep. I wonder if there's a way to like lock them. You can? Ooh. Is it just like L? Not right click. Like, I don't see a lock feature here. I see a delete feature. No lock feature when I click on it. And an L click didn't do anything. Feel like a hotkey for it or something? Okay, yeah. So nets So I think it's only key items, kind of not key items, but like gear and equipment. I think those are the only ones that you can lock. Okay. Okay. So I don't think you can. I don't think you can lock like miscellaneous items like fish and stuff. That's fine. I was just kind of curious. Yeah, because I was honestly just gonna like drop these, so I never stopped fishing. But I kind of want to sell them for the money since I burnt all my money. Kind of want to sell them for the money now. Is there stats in the game that I can equip stats like in the other game where I could put on like more strength, more int, you know, stuff like that, just from leveling, or is that not a thing in this game? Oh yeah, yeah. I found a bunch of like little sparkly things while running around some of the map from exploration and stuff. Oh yeah, do you wanna? What's your game name? I'll add you to my friends list. Is it just Dig Dug? And you should just probably just go to friends request and fit. Yay! Sweet. Wait, there's a gift button? Yeah, no thank you. I'm too poor for that. Yeah, so sardines sell for 3. The silverfish sell for 2. Not a lot of money, but it'll help us keep going. Because I just spent $9.50 on a fishing pole. Alright, we're almost done with this quest, guys. Hopefully there's not many more fishing quests past this point. Because this gives us the basics. Fish till you level up, just like RuneScape. Get the next tool, go to the next pond, rinse and repeat. The only thing I'm curious of, like, how am I supposed to figure out where the next fishing spots are? It's the only thing I'm worried about. Is like, obviously this one has a net, right? Found a net at the other quest as well. There's obviously a rod here as well, but there's caging and a couple other items you can buy. And I just don't know if there's a way to determine where those fishing locations are. Right, quite yes. 50 crystals. You know, that's gonna cost you. It's gonna cost you a good old-fashioned blowjob. $10 worth of crystals. Get out that Gok 3000. Yeah, I think my Windwalker is currently in a spot where the only true increasements I'm going to get is by medallion farming, which is what I'm doing now. Because I need to finish up a couple A-bombs so I can finish up all the A-bombs in World 5, so I have access to World 6, but I also don't have to worry about fighting the A-bombs while I'm in those zones, so I can farm dust. But I'm not even farming dust for any particular reason, but I have a couple days, and I think on the last day, with a few hours left or whatever, I'm going to try and spend all my AFK bones and stuff. We get as much dust as we can. Ugh. To try and get as many upgrades as we can from the bonuses we have. Like I said, for the Deathbringer himself, I think it's mostly about trying to increase the tome bonuses and the science efficient bonuses and drop rate. There's the one other one, I think it's Crop Evo or something, but I'm not super worried about that. But if I could increase the account potency of the tome bonuses and the science bonuses, plus the drop rate, that'll be huge for us for Deathbringer for this guy.
I definitely would say on both of them actually, talents for all other master classes is huge for us. So I can get a lot of extra talent points from all of them. That means any other master classes that we get down the line will have a ton of master points to work with, and these ones will have a lot of points to juice out even further. So that's a good one to pick up as well. But for the Windwalker, I have a lot to juice out. Not a lot, but a handful. But I got to get a bunch of exalted stamps so I can exalt a lot of stamps. I got to increase the exalt potency. What else do we have? Let's take a quick look. Like I said, I know Deathbringer's pretty much done. This guy is not. Grab this while we're here. Alright, so this guy is mostly about this section, right? So we have quick for Windwalker only, not a huge, don't really care all that much. Okay, so we got 20 levels in here we need to make sure we finish, so we can get 20 extra levels on our atoms. We have EXP for the account in general, pretty huge for pushing higher tier levels. Extra prints for every day that I don't print up to 100 days, pretty insane. Extra Jade, just so we can push sneaking more. Extra critters, kind of whatever. Extra sneaking, once again, goes with the Jade. This is the Exalted Stamp, which is what we really need to push. More sneaking. And then this is the, talents for all masterclass. This is really good. So we have that, but we also need to juice this out further. So we have another 14 levels to level up here. So we need a ton of number 1 salts. So we can push out more of these. So we can upgrade even further. Like I said, we have this. We can get more exalted stamps, which is one thing we need. We have this we definitely need to do. So let's actually pull up. Looking to see if I see the medallion. Let's actually. Oh, what we got? I don't mind just going back and forth with fishing. It gives me like time to AFK and do other things, right? Okay, I think we have enough herrings though. Actually, let's just see if we can complete the quest. Deliver those, and then we can just instant sell all. Okay, we can go to the south now. Okay. Okay, so he wants me to go here. Oh, it's a fishing pier. Interesting. Oh, is this where like all the good fishing spots are? That'd actually be insane if there was. Like caging and other things like that, but we'll see. Oh, this is supposedly the official fishing spot. 10 bass, deliver. Okay, so bass. 13 with a fishing rod. So we need to get to 13 first, and then I'm assuming we use that fishing rod. Hopefully I have the right fishing rod. If not, I have to catch a lot more. Okay, and there's someone to sell to too. Okay, so I do have the fishing rod. Like I said, we still have this. So this is... Okay, so I'm assuming this is bait. Give us chances at things. And then this is the only other one. I don't know how to make that one work. So, we basically just do this until we're 13. Then we can switch over to... Wait. Okay. We're 13. Did we sell everything? Let's sell everything really quick. I just hit 13 just by catching one fish. Hold on a second. That's funny. So let's sell all this. Yeah, 200 gold. It's not a bad start. So we need to catch 10 bass. Alright. Back to what we're doing. Pet number 3. Let's go, Dig! You fucking cooking! The bow on Windwalker has 55 weapon power, and your Windwalker damage is more. 1.5 4 slots remaining. That check my work yesterday. How does a penguin build a house? It glues it. It glues it together. I love it. That's actually hilarious. Oh yeah. So, if you want my advice on the bow itself, the best thing I could tell you is there is, I think it's It's over here somewhere. Obviously this one helps. There is this to get your guarantee upgrade. This is very, very useful. It takes a lot of stones, but very, very useful. But there is a specific one I'm looking for. Let me find it. Hold on. Oh, I didn't realize I had toggle, but yeah, I don't know how to do this. How do you do this? Tempest drop up. I have no idea what that is. Okay, figure that out in a second. So where is the thing I'm looking for? Where the fuck is this thing I'm looking for? Is it? Oh, maybe it's. Okay, I can't find it specifically, but the power at which the bows drop mate is dependent on the difficulty of the mob. So the higher zones that you farm your bow in, the higher potential weapon power it has. You know when you see him? Oh my god. Yeah, so step one, unlocking that 5,000 guaranteed, right? And so that way you get 5 guarantee upgrades, right? And you only ever use these stones themselves. So you get 12 weapon power and 50 miscellaneous. So go to, let's say you're only in world 4 right now, right? Go to the furthest world 4 mob you can go and fight for the bow you're looking for. Technically, we have a thing pinned in our Discord that is somewhat helpful for that. It's this. A lot of the information is outdated, but they do have this. So for dust bows, if you can get to crawlers in world 5, great place to farm it. If not, mammoths is supposedly the best place, right? And then for grass ones, big worms. For wind ones, depending on which one you get to, soda cans are pretty good. Fires like seekers, or depending on what you can get to, same thing with these. So this is kind of useful for farming specific bows, but like I said, farming it in the furthest tier you can get to is kind of the goal, right? So the bows dropped here, the grass bows dropped here, have a lower ceiling than grass bows that would drop in a further zone, right? Or in world 5, because they have more HP in the further zones. To go to a stronger mob to farm a better top end bow, it's going to take you a while, right? That's how I got really lucky with like this bow dropping as a 69, right? This bow dropped as like a 52, right? The bow I have is only 81, but if you look at it, since it gives 50% per miscellaneous, right? I only have 119. That means I probably only got 2 upgrades on this bow. So now that I have guaranteed, I could guarantee upgrade 5 upgrades on this, which is 60 power. It puts me to 112 power on this bow, unless I get I have 50% chance to have another upgrade slot. So let's say I get 2 extra upgrade slots. That's another 24. This bow would jack my damage through the roof. So it's time consuming. It's literally time consuming to get the stones. It's time consuming to eventually get a good base drop. Like I said, trying to find a base drop like close to 70 and then slamming it with bows is great, right? That's kind of what I was going to do with this, because like this just having a high organic 69 value, I'm probably just going to use the Tempest bow for my base damage, even if they're not weak to elemental, because it just does so much more damage than the rest of them to kill my A-bombs, right? And then I'll eventually farm a new dust bow so I can farm dust after that. Because you don't need elemental bows once you've killed the A-bombs, you don't need elemental bows. In my opinion, you don't. The only thing you need is a very high tier dust bow with very high damage, and then you just switch out one ring for elemental damage to give you that extra juice of like 150%, 180% elemental damage towards a specific mob. It's much stronger than running like these rings. Like, these rings are good, you know, a huge amount of tempest damage, but having the even higher amount of elemental damage, like this one's a 95% ele damage with 9 weapon power, that's almost stronger than this. The 2 extra weapon power is really nice, but the elemental damage will scale my base damage even further. So anyway, that's the only thing I could really say for you when it comes to that. Is you've already started farming your medallions and stuff. That's very helpful. Obviously use the Eidolon toolbox to optimize your upgrades, just like you were talking about with the POW. You can do the same thing with the upgrades in here. You can just, you know, come down here, optimize upgrades. You can go here and it'll tell you what to upgrade in what order. Really nice. You can do that for accuracy. You can do that for damage. You can do that for dust. It's really nice. This is where you want to go. Obviously has this to tell you what medallions you're missing and stuff. So yeah, that's the best thing I could really say is, like, if you're lacking in damage, spend the time farming for a top tier bow in the best zone you can get to. That's literally the best thing you could honestly do. And honestly, if it was me, mate, like I said, don't worry so much about what the elemental type is. Just go to the highest. If you can't get to World 5, just go to Stilt Seekers and farm the best, highest base damage weapon you can out of Stilt Seekers. Try and get like a 65 base damage weapon out of it. And farm stones, and then just jack that one up and use that one to kill your A-bombs. Like, that's the best thing I can honestly tell you to do. And then once you hit the World 5, you can just push your way all the way to Tremor Worms and do the same thing. I probably wouldn't do Tremor Worms, because Tremor Worms has the Aurora Borealis A-bomb, which slows down your farming significantly. So I would probably do the crawlers before it. But anyway, yeah, that's the best thing I could really tell you to do, honestly. It'll give you a massive jump in damage, just from the base weapon, and then on top of that, you'll be farming dust that you can put towards even more damage. All right, so I think that finished the quest chain, so I'm pretty happy about that. We'll sell the rest of these fish. Sell for 6 each. It's actually not too bad of money. It's very AFK and decent money. Okay, so since that is now done, we can now head over to the quest chain that we stopped doing because we weren't high enough level. And we continue on. Now that we're level 12, continue on with the quest chain and continue on with our stuff. I don't know if that helps at all, mate. And I know you're already kind of doing it and you already know all the information. I'm just saying, like, that's what I found really helped me when I was getting onto my Windwalker for the first time in a long time, trying to push it, is unlocking that guarantee, increasing my chance for stones to drop. That was one of the big things. I wasn't getting enough stones. So putting a bunch of dust into stone and increased stone drop chance really helped be able to grind stones out. And then just going to the highest tier zones in the zone that I have unlocked to farm a bow. And then tossing a handful of, you know, stones on it, getting me a new max base weapon to start with, and then pushing the A-bombs from there. Even if it wasn't the right bow, it was high enough base damage with that bow. In comparison to having, like, extra dust dropping. Like, yes, it's the wrong elemental type, but the base weapon power was so much higher than any of my other bows. It gave me overall more damage, and then putting on a Tempest ring and one elemental ring, just, it made my A-bombs pretty easy. Now, there was a few A-bombs that I was lazy on, and instead of juicing out my damage further again and then coming back to it, I let it run for 6 to 8 hours to kill it. I know you can't do that on the phone, so in that situation for you, since Windwalker sucks so bad, because you have to, like, actively be doing that stuff, I would suggest you get more AFK stones and then go and farm dust expediently with the AFK stones, and then just juice your damage out and then go and fight it when you can kill it in like less than an hour. It's just it's so hard for a phone user to do Windwalker. I feel like it's like you're gonna spend 6 hours every day tinkering with that Windwalker just to make any type of progress. Because not only do you have to active for the medallions, not only do you have to active for the A bombs, you have to active for the dust. In theory, you have to active for the dust because it's not the same with the Windwalker as it is with the other ones when it comes to the dust to use the AFK moons. Because in order to use the moon properly, you have to actually AFK in a map, killing the deer for, I don't know, 5 or 6 rotations. You're talking 20-minute rotations, right? You're in a map for like 20 minutes to get the damage up high enough, or not damage, but you ramp the dust up high enough in that 20 minutes where then you can actually use the moon efficiently. Adventures Guild. Because if you don't do that, you might gimp yourself by hundreds of millions, if not billions of dust. So you have to active in each zone that you want to for at least 20 to 30 minutes before even using your AFK stones. And then you have to AFK and active for weapon drops and stone drops. It's just, there's way too much actual being logged into the character stuff for that character. At least with like DB, you go there and you just do like one run through with the stone being in the right spot and you just claim your dust or your bones, right? Super easy. Same thing with AC. AC is very easy. You just farm for like 5-10 minutes, you know, and just boom, you use your crystal. Super simple. No real trying involved. Alright, Slay Shadow Specs. Let's go. I don't know what that is. Healing amulet? You good? Okay, let's go. Got an amulet. Don't know what it does, but. I think that healing amulet should give me another heal. The 3 ability. Yeah, I mean, that's fine. Like I said, if you want to double down and have the correct bow on top of the correct, like you want the right bow with the right, ring as well. So you have the extra damage output. Because like I said, if you use like a fire bow that has really high base damage, you're not taking advantage of the special, right? So it makes sense to want to get the correct bow for it. Exactly, that's what I'm saying. Like, now I will say, when it comes to the wind bow though, is there not a better, like a stronger mob that drops the wind bow? Like further in World 4? Because like, if you're in World 4, unlocking more World 4 portals isn't very hard. You know what I mean? Because cans is supposedly the best place to do it, but I still take that with a grain of salt, because if there's a place that drops wind that's further into World 4 past cans, right? I don't know which one it would be. I'd have to actually go to each one of them. How do I see Windwalker drops so I can disable them? That'd be kind of nice. Like, kind of want to go and check for you if there's anything else, because like, all right, let's just do that real quick. I'm just kind of curious because these drop brass. So if we were at cans, we went to here. These drop the rings. That's not what we wanted. Is cannons the highest? That's what I was curious on. That's wind. You like I said, also you might want to farm these for a wind ring. Get a 20% wind ring, upgraded 3 times. You'll get like 170%, or no, sorry, 75 plus 20. So you get like a 95% wind bonus damage, plus some base weapon damage from it. So it's pretty worth it, I feel like. Ice bow. This is where we're at. This is grass. This says no drops, but I'm pretty sure they have drops. It just doesn't advertise it. Once again, these have drops. So the one of the problems I will say, mate, is some of these say they have no drops, but like I can promise you they have bow drops, because I was selling them constantly when I was farming in these places. I just want to see one drop to kind of see. Come on, drop me one bow, just so I have an idea. I'm pretty sure I was getting bows out here. And the other place, Clammies, because I was farming Clammies for a while too. Because there's other places, like, when I was just at the Wiggly guys, right? Or whatever. It drops grass bows, but I've gotten dust bows from them. Right? I wonder if it's just one of those RNG that can drop any bow, even though it says it can't. Okay, that's what I thought. It's the deer that does it. Okay. I know I've gotten bows in places that say they can't. And then yeah, so they're weak to wind here, but yeah, no drops. Interesting that none of these places have drops towards the end. And then this one is fire. Yeah, so I guess this is the reason why I recommended fire, mate, is because this is the last mob in the map. And it drops a fire one. Yes, the fire isn't going to help you killing World 4 ones, but it also has the highest potential of the highest damage numbers to roll. But like I said, I would agree in your assessment. If the damage, if you can, let's say at stilts, you can find maybe a 65, right? But at cans, you could find like a 62. The 3 weapon difference isn't going to be enough. It's gonna be better losing the 3 weapon power off of the bow to get the 100-something% LE damage on the bow for the guarantee upgrades, right? You're gonna actually net a massive positive. Even though the overall damage might go from, let's say, 50 mil down to like 45 mil, you're gonna get so much more damage for the actual elemental bonus. So worth it. So yeah, I would farm them, and I don't know what the max possible drop it can have. But I would definitely say probably 60 plus or close to 60. And then, like I said, once you get like a 60 or like a 59 or something really close to that, around that point, just try and make sure you have enough, like farm enough stones, like upgrade stones. There's an upgrade one in here somewhere. Yeah, right here. Stone drop 1. Chance for all stones to drop. That one's pretty good. There's also stone drop 2. But this is Tempest rings. So I'm not a huge fan of that one, but this one right here, Tempest stone drops. Then the rest of these are all like individual, like either weapons or types of weapons. So yeah, just this is the one you want to juice. So juice this out a decent amount so you can get a lot of stones. I'm actually juice mine out even further. So this will really help get you a ton of stones, so you can actually take advantage of the guarantee 500 per upgrade. And then since you're going to need even more than 2500 because you have a 50% chance for it to not consume, then you're going to need a lot more. Then you can really get a juiced out bow, get really lucky with a couple upgrades. And even if you don't get lucky and you just do 5 straight up upgrades, that's still 60 damage to a 60 damage bow. It's 120 base damage with 250 plus whatever bonus it has, so close to a 300% LE damage. Your damage is going to be insane. I haven't done it yet, and I'm already rocking. You know what I mean? So once I do that, I'll have a badass fucking weapon as well. So, or badass setup, I should say. That is the best recommendation I think you could possibly get done. And it should help you out quite a bit. Should be able to like easily like just juice your way through it. We're gonna get over there. But once again, like the week's almost over. So you're gonna definitely not have as much. Oh, you can cage here. Interesting. You're definitely not gonna have as much dust per hour going forward. But I feel like that sucks for you. But I don't think that's the end for you either, because no matter how you look at it, you are gonna struggle regardless, just because it is a very active character to play, which is really fucking annoying. There's way too much stuff to active on it. Oh, I got stunned. That's not good. That's not good. Woo! Oh! Oh, that was huge. That bee almost killed us. What does this one do? For science? Alright, that's just a big heal. It doesn't actually do damage. Alright, let's go over here. Away from that fucking flower that almost killed us. That's a good. Alright, we're almost level 13, and we have a quest turn in. That's pretty nice. I would say the one thing I dislike about the map layout is like they have pathways that you can't falter from. It makes you like, it forces you around in circles. Kind of like the other map in the other game did, where you had to run all the way around the cave to get from one side to the other. It's really annoying. I don't mind cave systems being somewhat pathway oriented, but when you're in an open field like this, you shouldn't be forced to like run in a specific pathway. Really go diagonally, straight across. Like kind of like I can do here. Like I can cut across instead of being forced on the path. It'd be the same way. Alright. Got a new scepter. Get the steel scepter so we can unlock the bronze one. This one's 22 versus 23. I mean, it's one less damage. Attack speed. I feel like it's got bonus attack speed minus percent as well. That kind of sucks. Huh. The other one's almost worse. Wait, why are both? Oh, both those lockers I need. That's the new one. That should just upgrade 3 times and use over the sword, but sword I think is just overall it's got a better base. So even though only upgrading like 3 times on the sword would be better than using the 5 upgrades on the bronze. I think we're just gonna wait. Oh, I got my medallion. Oh, that was fast. Move off of Wiggly's. On Clammy's, double check. I don't need the medallion from Clammy's first. Alright, Clammy's is done. We're going to Octar. I think I need to put an egg statue on and the box. Okay, so we need to change a few things. Put these away. And then we need to put on one of these and an egg. Should be all that needs to be changed. Alright, we'll let him do his thing. Dude, the sound effects from these mobs or from the NPCs talking, I'm not kidding, Dig, reminds me of a Nintendo 64 like Banjo-Kazooie kind of thing. Oh, it's definitely on mobile. Or maybe like other things. Me about to meet Elvis? Oh god, no. This is emo. Look at the running mascara and shit, bro. Like, what's going on here? Alright, level 13. Hell yeah, let's go. Yours, so we're taking the week off from New World to play some, like, I don't know, free-to-play, kind of jank-ass MMOs. But what I like to do at the end of every month, I usually do it for, like, 2 days, but we do, like, community night, and we do community night differently this week, so I have the whole week off. That usually we let the community vote on what game they want to play with me for 2 days. But this week, one of my viewers bought me a game yesterday that we played. And we tried it, and we fucking despised it. So we decided to try a couple other games throughout the week with the community and hang out and chill. And then come next week, we're going to jump back into the New World grind. Try and continue on with the grind and get it done. We finally finished all but one zone for quests. Obviously, the only quests that are left are elites, dungeons, raids, and obviously the repeatables. We started working on our professions in New World. So our engineering is now 150. Some of our mining and stuff like that is like 250 plus. A handful of other gathering ones are like 250, and then some of our processing is getting up there as well. So we started mostly focusing on professions, but we're at a point in our professions where we need to actually there's some items we need and some materials we need, so we need to grind quite a bit, push to the next tiers and stuff. And then at some point there's some items we need to farm from mobs, materials, so we're gonna eventually have to sit down and farm out some of like the pit lord and some of the other mobs in the game to farm some stuff. But yeah, today is this, and then next week, like I said, we'll jump back into New World then. Woo! Bro, these giant spiders are no fucking joke. Rock, that hurt. Oh, there's a quest there though. Let's go see what quest this guy has for me. Might as well do it while we're here. Dude, this guy is fire looking. I mean, most of these games are choros, or whatever. Trying really bad at names. Most of them are made for phones. This one does have cross platform logins. So that is kind of the assumption that it is a phone game that got ported to Steam. Just shoot. Shoot fly, don't bother me. But yeah, that's kind of the thought that we have as well. But like, I don't really play a game because of what it looks like, right? Like, looks are cool, and I do like games that have like very good graphics, but I don't dismiss a game because it looks bad. I dismiss a game because of UI functionality, clunkiness, just very poor optimization, lacking of certain things, right? This game is pretty solid. Like, the combat is a little like stagnant, right? With the whole you stand still to attack and use your abilities. It's very slow and kind of clunky-ish. Doesn't feel very fluid and fast-paced. So that is a little bit of a meh. But the professions are pretty AFK, like RuneScape. They have a UI similar to RuneScape when it comes to like tracking your next unlocks and stuff like that. There's a lot of skills and abilities. There's some classes to choose from and stuff. It's got a lot to offer. Definitely doesn't have the best looking, graphically speaking, obviously. But overall, pretty solid game if I'm being completely honest. And the fact that it's actually free. I mean, there's obviously some stuff in the game cosmetically you can buy and purchase and stuff. I don't know like what kind of buffs and benefits you get from like swiping your credit card, but just at a glance, just playing it for me, not for any other high tier reasons or anything, it was pretty fun. I'm enjoying it at least. Quests seem pretty intuitive and simple to follow, so. Show, not shoe? Yeah, okay. I said shoe. And, yeah. My bad. Yeah, show works. I'll try to do my best to remember that. Interesting that it did that. That was interesting. Okay. I don't really want to be running into the level 15, 17 mob zone area. Oh, we're in a dungeon. Oh, I don't think I'm supposed to be here. I don't think I'm supposed to be here. I don't like spiders at fucking all. No thank you. Can we leave? I don't want to be here. These guys are probably gonna kill me. I don't have any gear for this. We do have a new axe. Yeah, it could be. Can we try it for the damage output? Oh, we do have a new helmet too. We'll try the new weapon and see if Alright, so what do we need to do? Vengeful spider egg and bring it to me. My question is, do I get it from killing the mob? Oh my god! No! 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 I want nothing to do with it! Fuck that! That spider hurt! My question, I don't know if what I'm looking for is on the ground or if I have to kill a spider for it. It says vengeful spider egg, but it just says find it. Alright. That was a lot easier than I thought. But anyway, Show, how's things been, man? I appreciate you stopping in. Hope all's been well with you. I said we've been grinding out the Iron Man playthrough quite a bit. We just decided to take a break this week. You know, it's the end of the year. We're just chilling, you know, having some fun, trying some things out before we get back into the grind, you know. I try to take a break every once in a while so I don't burn myself out too hard on it. Cal, appreciate the lurk, my friend. Appreciate it. Thank you very much. Hope you're having a good day and, you know, you had a good holidays and hopefully the end of the year for you went well. Hopefully next year starts out pretty good for you. Alright, so find 7 spider eating worm eggs. Interesting. Why can't I get the rest of them out of the tree? There's like a couple of them in the tree. Don't fight me, don't fight me, don't fight me. Don't fight me! Leave me alone! I don't want that thing to fight me. Ah! Ouch! Ouch! Heal! Hook! We're totally gonna die. Ouch! There's one right there I just passed. Double hit me, don't double hit me, don't. Oh, that's bad. Oh, that's bad. Okay, we're gonna zone out. Back in. De-aggro everything. Yeah, happy reunions. Yeah, man, appreciate it. Yeah, I mean, we've been pretty good. We've been having a good, last year went great. I had a blast, you know, hung out with you guys a lot. You guys, definitely, you know, were awesome all throughout the year, you know, coming in, hanging out, joining me, supporting me, you know, helping entertain me and to a point, you know. It was really nice of you guys. I don't know if I got all the eggs or not. I have to leave, come back, and then we'll see. But I appreciate you guys, man, every time. You guys are always super nice to me. I gotta switch weapons too, because I am not feeling the halberd thing. Everything just feels good. Oh! Oh yeah, we're dead. We're dead. Nope, there's no way around this. We're dead. Those mobs are almost like 3-shotting me. Ain't no fucking way I'm being able to fight a boss. Oh, dude, okay. Let us out. Never mind. I was like, yeah, we're done. Yeah, so I don't have experience in that department, but I could definitely see that it could be rough, right? Because when you're younger and you're like, you know, you don't really have any other priorities in your life, right? It's just you doing what needs to get done, right? It's a lot easier, I feel like, to, I wouldn't say pay attention, but to retain the information, I guess. I mean, also as an older person, I guess retains the wrong part, because I feel like as an older in your life, you have learned ways to retain information, to learn information, to, you know what I mean, all that stuff. You've kind of figured things out in your life, right? But when you don't have as much time to dedicate to something, because, you know, work or children or just paying the bills and cleaning the house, like, you don't have your parents to do all that stuff for you, it can be kind of overwhelming and hard to find time to actually put the effort into what you need to put into to get the results you're looking for. But yeah, like, I can definitely see that being a problem. I mean, congrats on, you know, at least giving it a shot, right? I hope you can stick it out and complete it and do well at it. I know me personally, I don't deal well in like a schooling setting, so like a traditional college just wasn't in the cards for me. So I went to a tech school. I went to IT Tech, and that was already a struggle bus enough for me. I mean, I completed it easily enough. I got like straight A's, but it was rough because doing schooling is just always hard for me. Obviously, IT Tech is kind of a dog shit debunked tech school now, but it works for me. That's what worked for me personally. Everybody's different, so. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Show it's just like the fact that you have you have to feed the kid, you have to bathe the kid, you got to make sure the kid does their stuff, you got to make sure they're still alive and they're taken care of and they're having fun, and you got to do all that kid stuff. You got to take care of the house, you got to do your job stuff, you got to pay the bills, you got to cook the dinner, got to go shopping. Like the amount of free time you have to sit down and study, doing homework, completing classwork is so minor. Like it's almost like you have to wait, depending obviously how old the kid is, right? If they're young enough to where they take a nap in the middle of the day, you might get an hour or two of a nap, maybe 3 hour nap, where you can get some stuff done. But it's like, do I take care of the house or do I do my homework, right? And then at this point, you have to wake up with the kid in the morning, you have to put the kid to bed at night, then you have to try and get homework, classwork, studying all done, and still gonna try and get an 8 hour sleep, and get enough sleep in so you're actually coherent for the next day. It's hard. It's really hard. Now, if you're not an only parent, it helps a lot because, the one parent can take over for like lunchtime, right? They can do like a 2 or 3 hour solo session with the kid, taking care of the kid, making lunch, blah, 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 while you're focusing on your studies, you're getting your homework done, you're getting some studying in. And then when you come back, they get their me time while you take care of the kid for a few hours, right? And like that can help for sure. But yeah, that's a struggle bus, man. That's a straight struggle bus. I get it. Yeah, it's super good that the wife is helping. Cause, like, I don't have to worry about that stuff right now. But like, I would feel bad if we had a kid and my wife wanted to go back to school. Like, she's already finished college for one of her degrees or whatever. If she did want to go back to school and she had to deal with a kid while doing school stuff, I wouldn't be able to help. It would basically just be unsustainable because she would have to be up from like 6 o'clock in the morning to like 8 or 9 o'clock at night, dealing with the kid the whole time, keeping up on whatever house stuff she has to keep up on. Now, she doesn't have to worry about going to work, making a living and stuff like that, right? Because I'm kind of doing that. But still having to like do the laundry, clean up dishes, making dinners and lunches for the kid or whatever. Like, she doesn't have to take care of me, obviously, but like just taking care of the kid 24/7 and then finding time to do schoolwork would be very hard because I can't help since I work at night and I sleep during the day. I wouldn't be able to help during the day. Now I could like go to sleep early, wake up early, and then like give her like time at the end of the night, or I can stay up a little late in the morning so she can get stuff done in the morning while I'm taking care of the kid. Like, there's compromise there we could do, but good thing I don't have to worry about that. But yeah, you're in a tough spot. But at the end of the day, you put a few years of really rough, hard times, sticking it out, struggling through it, getting it done, to hopefully pass that point of struggle bus, things become much better and easier. That's the goal, right? You go through the hard times to get to better times. Like a buddy of mine, for example, I'm not gonna tell his whole business out on stream or whatever, but long story short, he had hard times. He had a lot of stuff happen to him. He finally started getting on his feet, and he never finished high school or whatever, or got any kind of degree or anything. So now that he's back on his feet, he's he finally got a job, making some money, but he's working all the time. But now he's trying to go to school simultaneously while making a living to pay for stuff, and it's just hard. Like, he doesn't have a kid to worry about or a wife to worry about or anything like that, but having to find time to do school while working 48 plus hours a week to be able to afford a place to stay and a phone, internet, bills, so on and so forth, it's hard. I get it. It's really hard, and like, I feel bad for him. He's one of my best online friends, and I don't get to talk to him all that much because he sleeps when I'm awake, kind of thing. I tend to try to leave messages on and off. I haven't done it for a few months, but see how he's doing, probably tonight or tomorrow. But yeah, like, he has his hard times, and he's pushing through. Lack of sleep here and there because between working 10-hour shifts and doing his schoolwork and stuff, it can be hard. But hopefully by the time he gets a little bit through his degree, maybe he can leave his current job and get a better job, that the hours are maybe better, or at least the pay is better, and he can kind of segue out of his hard times and into better times. That's kind of the goal. I tried guiding him in the beginning, when he was really struggling. Tried to give him some helpful words of advice, kind of push him in the right direction to help him out. I just hope that anything I did was helpful and did help him out in some way. Alright, we're at a point where I'm getting absolutely just destroyed by mobs. That's crazy. I mean, I can easily fight like one or two at a time. But I want to be strong enough where I can just walk in and just be like, bow, bow, and just like fucking wreck the whole screen, without worried about dying. That sword's pretty cool, where he throws out the splash attack. Yeah, I saw that too, Dig. It's like literally like 2 or 3 seconds out of combat and you're like full HP again. Kind of crazy. If I just stand here for like 3 seconds. Alright, full HP. And like I said, I'm not worried about the HP. I'm more worried about like if I run into a big group like this, I want to kind of pull all the mobs and just burn them down really fast like that, right? I want to be able to like two-shot them and just like I don't mind losing HP for that and then just waiting for them to respawn. Right? But I want to be able to like grab all the mobs and just like burn them all down like instantly. That way I can just AoE grind. That's kind of like what I'm shooting for. Yeah, I saw that, mate. I actually read it out loud while I was streaming earlier. I started laughing when I saw the message. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking too. The one thing that I'm really loving Dig is his 2 ability. It heals me and does an AoE damage. So I feel like leveling that up, plus getting either the sword's AoE spin, which I really like for the extra AoE, or using the mace for the slam. Either or. The mace is frontal cone, but I think it might do more damage. I don't know. So I might stick with the sword just for the AoE spin. But those 2 alone do most of the damage. Like you said, if I get one more AoE attack, I think it's more than enough to kill everything. Or would be insane. Or would be nuts. Like if I could set up an entire 5-button AoE build, that'd be sick. Because then I could just run in. And like obviously one of them being a heal, one of them being like just a spammable spin or whatever. That would be helpful. Or like if one had like a stun effect, that would be even better. I can run in like, and I can like right click to get their attention, and then I could like stun, and then I could heal right after, or I can like heal into a stun, like combo it in some way, where it's like I can just do all of them and just burn them down and just, all right, now I gotta wait for them all to respawn, and then just, you know, rinse and repeat. That'd be sick. I want to sell some stuff. Because we got coin purses and stuff. Yeah, we have these. Alright, we're going to... Okay, so those are our new things. We can sell this. I think, yeah, we're gonna get rid of this. I did not like that weapon at all. What is this? I got just miscellaneous items. Like I don't know what these things are even used for. They just say miscellaneous. They don't give us any information on like what they are, what they're used for. So it's just like, fuck it, just sell it all. Oh god, what do we do? Okay, so this is the one thing I would say downside of this game. Is this UI. You should be able to double click, right click, something like that. Recipe list. I have no idea what I'm doing. What did I just do? F. F. Something plus something equals something. What quest is it? Use a transfiguration table to craft a rune using a rune crafting table. So we just make anything? So we place this plus, I don't know, like this. And just, what do we do? Okay. Something like that. Cool. Did I do it right? Oh, he's the wrong. Alright, how do I get another stone? Do I buy one from him? Fuck. I gotta use the specific shard. I wasn't reading. Can I buy another one? At least there are only 5. Alright. Alright, so we had to use the Terragasa shard. Is that this one? Yeah. Yeah, what I was saying, Dig, is like I can sell all the miscellaneous ones, but I'm like looking at it, I was like, why is everything labeled as miscellaneous and like quote unquote junk or whatever? Like they have to have some use other than just selling. Yeah, I saw that it was a membership thing. Yeah, I didn't realize it. I wasn't paying attention. But yeah, it makes sense. What's this for? I don't know what the transfiguration table is used for, making those. I don't know what the runes are used for, but one thing at a time, I guess. Oh. I'm like, who do I talk to? No, you should? Okay. Yeah, I was just curious. I saw it, I'm like, okay, there's runes and stuff. Interesting. And there's like a transfiguration table to like craft runes. And I was like, well, maybe it's used. I was thinking, what's this thing? I was thinking maybe it's used for like actual spell casting and stuff, but maybe not, right? Because I mean, that's how it's used for in like RuneScape, right? Craft runes so you can use runes in Magic. I wasn't sure if that was maybe like a similar fashion. Because I will say this game seems to be somewhat inspired by RuneScape purely because of this. The fact that they have this kind of tells you, oh, at 15 do this, at 5, 11, 20, you know. I feel like this is very RuneScape inspired. Same thing with the combat progression is the same way. I feel like this is very RuneScape inspired. You know, bronze, steel. Obviously they skipped iron, right? And they went to like the next tier at 30. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I feel like it's very RuneScape inspired. Yeah, and that's the thing too, show is like you might have a degree in one country and then you change countries, you know, because you want to better yourself or whatever your reasons are, right? Like maybe you have to leave where you live or you want to go to another country for better job opportunities or better living or family, friends, whatever the fuck it is, you know, it could be hundreds of different things. Let's say you move countries and most countries don't recognize other countries' degrees. It's kind of annoying. I kind of understand it, but I also think it's kind of annoying because yes, some countries might have a lower standard of education for certain studies than other countries, but I also feel like most studies in most countries are very equivalent to each other. Some are obviously a higher standard than others, but I feel like there should be some sort of equivalency test that you could take to prove your expertise and knowledge to either A, skip classes as necessary to regain your degree in the States or in the next country, or to prove that you have the competency that you don't need to go to school to do it, right? I feel like there should be some level of that because I like I said, at my tech school, obviously, they took some of my accreditations from when I was in the military to bypass a bunch of my classes because I had equivalency of experience in the military. But if something didn't transfer, but I thought I had the knowledge for it, I had the ability to take a test to skip a class. As long as I passed the test, I would get credit for the class without taking the class. Right. I feel like more places should be able to do that. But I will definitely say, the thought of going back to school to get your degree, to go back to doing what you used to do in your other country is probably the best thing you can do because, like you said, a lot of places won't hire you because you either need A, experience, or B, degree, right? And if you don't have one or the other, they won't hire you. And another thing is, like, when it comes to experience, if you have experience in another country, they're less likely to take that as experience. They're like, well, that was in another country. How do we know, you know what you're doing? Once again, falls down to why don't they just test you? You just give me a test, I can prove it. Practical application tests are, very viable option or proving you know what you're doing. But yeah, I feel you. I've never had to experience that, but I could definitely see the struggle bus, the issues, the problems. But I definitely do agree that it's probably a very, very, very good idea to decide to go back to school. Well, you know, I mean, redo your schooling here to get a degree that's recognized here, because working at like a mobile phone place, making like minimum wage, like I don't know much about Canada, right? Because I live in the States. I don't know how viable it is to survive off of, say, minimum wage there. But it can't be very viable. Right? It's got to be hard. It's got to be difficult. So, going back to school to try and get a slightly more lucrative job is definitely a very, very good option. Probably one of your best options, if I'm being honest. You only got 40? That's crazy. You got so fucked, mate. Like, it's not even funny how, like, unlucky you got. Alright. Let's take care of. Let's head back. Going back, you know, in his defense, show, I agree. Like, doctor is like 8 to 12 years of schooling, roughly, right? And a lot of money to become a doctor, right? You can't expect somebody to be a full-fledged doctor in one country, to then move to another country and be basically told that you're worth less than the piece of paper your degree is printed on. That you obviously know jack shit. You might as well be a blank slate. You have to go back and do 8 to 12 years worth of schooling again to get a degree with us instead. Like that's what I'm saying. Practical application tests, right? If you can go in and you can be given a 2 or 3 hour long test that kind of judges your level of knowledge and expertise from the basics to the most, you know, more advanced stuff. If you can pass that with like a 90 plus percentile, maybe 85 percentile, you should be able to at least bypass 85 to 90% of the classes to then retake, like maybe put, like for him for example, put him into, you know, the internship again. So he doesn't have to take classes or anything. He just goes right into a hospital as an intern, learning from the doctors as an intern, versus having to go to fucking 8 years of schooling before being able to even get back into a hospital to be an intern. That's what I'm saying. That's kind of bullshit. Same thing with when it comes to engineering, right? If you're an engineer, what's the difference in learning how to solder sockets in Bolivia versus learning how to solder sockets in Mexico versus soldering sockets in Canada or America? Like, soldering sockets and placing capacitors and stuff are pretty standard across the board, right? Obviously, the techniques can be different and things like that, and the tools and whatnot. But the general basics and the knowledge and the understanding is all still there. It's just ridiculous. You had the bad dig. I appreciate you, man. Thank you. We will be around the rest of the week. I think we'll play this game more the rest of this week. This is actually pretty fun so far. I'm not hating this. I actually like the AFK style of the profession so far. Obviously, we've only hit fishing. I don't know if they even have anything more than fishing, because according to this, the only one I see is fishing. It kind of sucks. But like you said, early access, relatively new. I'm not hating it. I kind of like it. We'll just push through it and see what the game has to offer. If we get to a point where we're getting bored, we'll switch to another game. But yeah, I appreciate you, man. Get some sleep. I'll talk to you later. Appreciate you as always. Have a good one. Yeah, that's just crazy. Like, think about that, show. You start college in your first country. You do 12 years of schooling. You're now 30 years old. Let's say you practice for 2 or 3 years. Let's say max, you're like 35. You decide to move countries. For whatever reason. Like I said, everybody's got their own reasoning. They tell you have to do another 12 years of schooling. By the time you can actually practice medicine again, you're like almost 50 years old. How long do you think you're going to be able to practice medicine for to make enough of money, enough of a living, to have enough of a nest egg and savings to survive on when you retire? Are you kidding me? That's ridiculous. That's crazy. It's like, it like completely removes the incentive of moving countries once you have a degree. You know what I mean? That's ridiculous. That's what I'm saying. Show like you're fucked. There's no point. And like that's what I said for your cousin. It makes sense. Fuck it. Go back to my country. I can at least make a living. I don't have any problems. Yeah, I might not like the country I'm in, whatever the the criteria is, but at least I have money. At least I can live. At least like I can be comfortable and successful and whatnot. Like, bro, that's fucked. And yeah, I agree. Like IT, like I don't know much about the IT world when it comes from moving country to country, but yeah, like if you're a dev, if you're a developer, if you're a coder, bro, if you're gonna tell me that going to school to learn how to code in Python in Europe is different than learning how to code with Python in Mexico or Bolivia or Russia or whatever, are you a fucking idiot? The language is the same every single place you learn it. The language is going to be the language. That's like learning America, like American or English or whatever, in Mexico versus learning English in fucking Europe versus learning it in Canada. It's fucking English. No matter how you look at it, it's fucking English. Like, yeah, you might not be as fluent as somebody learning English in America, right? There might be some nuances that you might miss or whatever. But are you fucking kidding me? Like, are you fucking kidding me? Bro, people are so dumb. Like I said, I kind of understand it. They don't want people coming from one country with bad habits or bad, bad knowledge or whatever, coming in where they, and just like getting a job, doing something because they have a degree in another country, and then bad things happening, right? Bad practices, bad understandings, bad knowledge, bad, experiences, blah, blah, blah. Someone dying from it, someone getting hurt from it, blah, blah, blah. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's one of those things. I get that premise, but once again, if you give them a comprehensive test, written test, followed by a verbal test, followed by a practical application test, right? You do these 3 tests, then you put them on a 1-year observation probation period where they work with a partner to observe them, monitor them, help them, you know, guide the new standards or whatever, push them in the right direction to prove they know what they're fucking doing. Internship, right? It is much faster to do that than it is to redo 4 to 8 to 12 years of schooling. It's cheaper for everybody. But here's the thing. Who's going to make out in this show? The colleges. The colleges are what makes the money from this. So the colleges pay their taxes, so the country makes more money off of the people going back to school that are forced to go back to school when they shouldn't have to. I feel like it's more like a money grab political bullshit than it is more of anything. But at the end of the day, if you're set in stone of staying in the country that you want to move to, right? Even knowing this going forward, I agree. Sucking up the hard times, struggling through, skimping on money and you know, luxury items and you know what I mean, bare bones necessities, right? For money to push through for a couple years so you can get your degree again to actually start a real job so you can actually make better money is worth it. Yeah, that's what it should be criminal. That's fucking crazy. I do know that there are certain trade jobs, you know, like electricians and stuff like that, that they do kind of internshipy kind of things. I don't know what they're called exactly, but it's basically it's like a probation period. You learn from a person, right? You start off as like a journeyman or whatever, and you follow, and you have like a mentor that teaches you everything. Instead of going to school, you're actually doing practical work in the practical real world. They're giving you tasks to do, they're babysitting you, they're overseeing you, they're teaching you, and you learn how to do the job on the job, right? I don't remember what it's called. It's kind of like a trade school, but it's for trade skills specifically. I don't think engineers fall into that category, but I do know that there are people that do that for electrician work and stuff like that. And that's like a better way of doing it. Like, yes, you need a basic understanding of knowledge for certain jobs, right? IT work, doctor, you know, engineering, you know, certain fields, there needs to be a basic level of knowledge before you can just get thrown into shit, right? But I feel like you can only learn so much in a school, in like a classroom setting with books, just reading about it. Majority of the learning comes from the practical application and experience from putting your hands on it and getting zapped by electricity, right? But yeah, that's fucking crazy. And yeah, I agree with that too, Show. When it comes to like the college degree and the general knowledge or whatever, when it comes to getting a degree in the United States or like in college in general, like Canada or whatever, the first 2 years is all general education, math, English, science, you know, the basics. You have to take certain levels of math. You have to take certain levels of like English and writing and studies and stuff like that. You gotta do certain levels of like science classes and stuff like that. It's like, bro, I'm gonna learn how to mix mud with mud. What does fucking Leopold, Cleopatra, history people from Egypt and fucking World War I and II, what does that have anything to do with me mixing mud? Right? The correlation of information doesn't match. In the time that we live in, time of technology, I shouldn't have to learn history from books. If I want to learn it, I can learn it on my own. If I need to learn it, I can learn it on my own. I don't need to go to a classroom and pay you money to teach me something that I can easily just Google. Now, practical skills. Math. How to find the circumference of a circle, how to find the area of a square and rectangle, or You know what I mean? The math stuff makes sense. Yes, you can learn it on your own, but being taught and tested and trained on it so you fully actually grasp it and know how to do it in the real world makes sense. But also to a point, right? Certain degrees don't require you to know how to find the fucking area of a square, right? There's that. A lot of jobs need the math. The math is fine. But learning how to structure a sentence, learning what a verb is, an adjective is, how to do a research paper, blah, 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 that kind of, how to cite your fucking, your references, and how to properly space your wording, double space, double fucking bolded, italicized, commas here. Like, who the fuck cares, bro? In this day and age, I can't tell you how often it really matters how correct my sentences are when I'm emailing somebody or writing up a document. It doesn't truly matter. Microsoft Word takes care of most of it. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I don't give a shit about who sailed around the world to discover America. You know what I mean? That's what I'm saying, man. Like, there's some general information that just nobody gives a fuck about. Just leave us be. You know what I mean? Let me learn the pertinent information for the job I'm trying to learn. I want to learn how to flip burgers. Let me take a class on how to flip burgers. You know what I mean? If I want to learn how to be a fucking complete douchebag when I'm driving on the highway, let me take a class on how to be a douchebag while driving on the highway. I don't need to know all this extra information. Now, I will say with the added caveat that from my perspective, this extra level of generalistic knowledge is good as a whole for society, because if you bring up the overall average knowledge of the generalistic population of society, common knowledge increases, right? Common sense and common knowledge across the board goes up. Overall, everybody is smarter across the board as a consensus, right? But what it also demonstrates is, can you, as a person, dedicate yourself to something and complete it? So I find that the degree of completing a bachelor's degree is less about what you're learning and more about, I started something and I saw it to the finish, right? So employers see he started a degree and he finished his degree. Honestly, that's more or less what they care about. Now, yes, certain jobs, right, require you to have a degree in the field at which you're going into. But it's that completion of the degree that matters the most, because it shows that you can dedicate to something that you picked something, you decided you wanted to do something, and you stuck to it to completion. That shows reliability, sturdiness, the traits that they can see in a person that they want to hire, because they know that person's going to stick around, right? They don't want to hire someone that might quit the next week because they can't hack it, or because they're flaky, or they get bored, or whatever, right? They're going to hire the person that knows that they're going to stick around. So I get it from that point of view, but I also, with that caveat, if you have a degree in another country, you've already proven that. So why can't we just do practical application testing? So when I went to ITT Tech, I had a guy, he was from Russia. He was in our, and this is a completely true story show, and it'll give you some insight into why you have to retake your knowledge tests and stuff like that, but also with the caveat of, like we said, like, tests can prove a lot more than just doing the classes, right? So when I was in ITT Tech, there was a guy, he was supposedly the know-it-all of the school, right? He came from Russia, he had been working in IT for 20 years in Russia, moved to this country, and obviously, once again, had to recertify himself by going back to school so he could do his job. I almost got this guy kicked out of school. He pissed me off so much. So long story short, he was like the guru of network and engineering, blah blah blah. You know, he knew everything supposedly. I was in class with him, and we were doing some stuff, and he would say something. I'd be like, "That's not right. Why would you do it like this?" Right? And it was just like off-putting comments that he would make that didn't make a whole lot of logical sense to me as an IT guy that I did it in the military for 4 years. Listening to the way he wanted to do things kind of just rubbed me the wrong way. It just didn't make sense. Well, in our practical application of our final class, our graduation class, right? It was more or less a class that you are given a project and you have to design a network and blah 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 for a company with certain criteria involved, and you had to cover everything from design to installation to backups and disaster recovery, you know, everything. What kind of operating systems the computers were running, how many computers were at each place, how you were setting up the networks. It was a lot of work. So you had a team of like 8 people working on it. Everybody took a different section, everybody worked together, they collaborated and stuff. Well, this guy, he's like, well, I'm a network guy, so I'm working on the network. And they're like, well, John's also a network guy, so we'll put you guys together so you guys can work on the network together and you guys can hash it out, get it done, you know, blah blah blah. Let's just say I almost went to jail working with this man. I had to get removed from my team and put on a new team because of how bad I wanted to beat this guy's ass. So obviously that doesn't pertain to the story, right? That's just my personal feelings towards the man. So long story short, we had a design where we had multiple businesses and multiple areas that needed to share data from one point to the other points, and it needed to keep sync between the different data points. So we decided to have one hub that pushed data to all 3 sites simultaneously. Pretty simple. Data center pushes to, so if one site goes down, you know, the other sites still work, but the data is all collected in one spot with a backup data center that all 3 sites also connected to. So it was basically like a 5-way hub. So we had, you know, a place here, a place here, a place here, and then we had 2 data centers. And so these 3 places connected to both data centers. So if data center 1 went down, you had data center 2 still, right? It's basically how we had the set up. That's how my setup was. This is what this motherfucker wanted to do. He said, okay, we're gonna have the 3 places all connected to 1 server and 1 data center. And I'm like, okay, well, what happens if that server catches on fire? What if it dies? What if the power supply blows up on it? What if the hard drive fails on it? Or the operating system fucking blue screens, or whatever the fuck, that server goes down and needs to be rebuilt. He said, oh, we'll just have another server laying on the floor that we could pick up, put into the server rack, and configure it on the fly as needed. I was dumbfounded. I literally stared at this man with my mouth open. And I said, are you serious? That's how you want to deal with disaster recovery and redundancy? He's like, well, that's how we do it in the real world. I looked this man dead in the eyes. And I said, that's how you do it in the real world? You're never getting a job in the United States working that way. He's like, what do you mean? That's how everybody does it everywhere. I was like, how much do you want to put on this? You want to put some money on this? He's like, I know I'm right. I'll put anything on this. I was like, all right. How about we put, what was the word I used? Basically, I said, if you're wrong, you have to quit school and never come back. If I'm wrong, I will quit and never come back. And he agreed to this. And I called over our IT chair. Her name was Miss Prowse. I don't remember her name. I don't know. Maybe that was a high school teacher. I don't know. But I called her over and I said, hey, we're having an argument. She heard us. I was yelling. I was pissed. I was fucking fuming at this point. And she said, oh, hey guys, what's going on? I was like, okay, we're having a little disagreement. She's like, okay. And this guy's trying to cut me off the whole fucking time. He's just trying to get in some words, trying to dig in, trying to like make sure he's right. And I'm just trying to explain the situation first, right? And she said, She told the guy, she said, hey, let John talk first and I'll let you talk after. And he said, fine, whatever. And I said, long story short, we're debating on how we want to handle our network plans. And we're having a disagreement on how we want to get it done. She said, okay, well, tell me your side of the story first. And I said, okay, well, he just told me this. And she looked at me, and then she turned around and looked at him real slow and looked back at me and looked back at him. She said, can I hear your side of the story? And he basically verbatimly said the same thing. And he kept saying, this is how we do it in the real world. This is how we do it in the real world. This isn't how we do it in like, this is how we do. This is how the real world works, not in a classroom setting. Not everything can be done like we do it in a classroom. So in the real world. She stopped him. She said, hold on a second. So you're telling me that in the real world, big companies, even small companies, have a single server in a single data center with no redundancy, no backups, no secondaries, no nothing. So if that server explodes for some apparent reason, you lose the data, you have no backup, no way to put it back online without rebuilding a server from scratch and with no backups. He's like, yeah, that's how it's done. And she said, but that's not how we do it here. He's like, yeah, it is. That's exactly how we do it over here. And she's like, you're going to tell me that I don't know what I'm talking about? He's like, oh, I don't know how you do it, but that's how it's done in the real world. She was getting pissed. So I saw one of our teachers walking by, one of our professors. And this guy, one of the coolest guys I've ever met in the IT field. I never got to work with him. I always wanted to. He is the head manager in charge of all of the IT operations for State Farm. The big ass insurance company, the massive international secure, you know what I mean? Fucking people, right? We explained it all to him. And he very calmly looked the man in the eyes and says, you're wrong. John is right. You are wrong. Kid got pissed. He's not even a kid. He's like fucking 40. He got pissed. He's like, no, I'm right. He's wrong. And the guy's like, I don't know what to tell you, but John's right. And he walked off. So the story is, I don't care how much fucking experience you have. I don't care what country you come from. I don't care where you got your degree. That level of fucking stupidity needs to be weeded out. And the only way to do that is a practical application test. I don't give a fuck. He made it through all of ITT Tech in the States. He obviously had 30 plus years of experience in Russia, plus schooling in Russia, and still didn't know jack all for his trade, right? So like I said, I can see it from both sides. But are you fucking kidding me, bro? I straight up told him, I was like, if you want to continue fighting me on this, we can walk outside right now and settle this like men. I was fucking pissed. God, was I pissed. And what's even funnier, show, is all of this happened after I got a teacher removed from a class. Because he was our network operation teacher. He was a network teacher. He taught us everything about, he's supposed to teach us everything about networking. And he was teaching something on the board, and I just stopped writing because he was wrong. I wasn't going to follow what he was writing. And I stood there, and I put my pencil down, I leaned back in my chair, and I just sat there and waited for him to move on. My buddy's like, what are you doing? I was like, I'm not writing this down. He's like, why? I was like, because he's wrong. He's like, what do you mean he's wrong? So I leaned over to my buddy and I was pointing and I was explaining it to him. Real quiet, really quiet, back of the room. Wasn't interrupting anybody. I was just trying to help my buddy understand why I was wrong. Teacher fucking hated me, I swear to God. He's like, John, do you have something to tell the class? I was like, no, nothing to tell. He's like, well, can you explain to me why you're not paying attention to my class and you're talking in the back of my room, blah, blah, blah. I was like, oh, just helping, you know, my buddy Joe understand the information and explaining to him, like, why, you know, and explaining to him some stuff. He's like, well, would you like to explain to the class what you were explaining to him? I was like, well, no. He's like, well, I'd like to know what you guys are talking about. I was like, well, if you really want to know, I was telling him that what you're writing on the board is wrong. He's like, no, it's not. I'm like, yes, it is. He's like, well, if you're so smart, why don't you come up here and explain to me what's wrong? You know, so it's like, okay. I walked up there and I like scratched a few things out and I wrote a few other things. He looked at it, he looked at me, he looked at it, and he said, get out of my classroom. Okay. You asked me, man. So then I went to the teacher's, the head chair again, and I was like, well, I got kicked out of class. And she's like, what the fuck did you do now? And I explained it to her, and she said, did he seriously kick you out of class? I was like, yep. So she went in there, and she had a conversation with him. And, you know, he tried to make it look like I was being obnoxious or whatever. And my buddy Joe's like, no, he was pretty insistent of keeping it to himself and not really interrupting anybody. And, you know, she's like, you know what? You don't have to go to his class anymore. Just turn in the work. Don't even show up. I was like, all right. I mean, I came to school, but I didn't go into the classroom. Right? I would grab my stuff from the class, like all my homework that I needed or whatever, classwork, and I would just do it out in the lobby, so I didn't have to deal with the teacher. So that's how I passed that class. And then he was teaching a second class on how to we were doing virtual machines for servers that connected to the network, and what a fucking idiot. So he gave us Home Pro. No, not even Home Pro. It was Home Basic. You know, like Windows 10 Home Basic or whatever, like the basic bitch operating system, the basic of the basics that has zero functionality with anything. And he said, okay, I need you guys to install this on a virtual machine and connect it to your domain controller. And I'm sitting there, I'm like, what? And my buddy Joe, he's working on it. He's like, why aren't you doing anything? I was like, because what you're trying to do is impossible. What do you mean it's impossible? It's like, and I Googled it. I literally just pulled it up on Google. I literally Googled this. Can Windows Basic be added to a domain? No, it cannot be added to Windows, because Windows Basic Home Edition to an Active Directory domain. It doesn't exist. It literally is impossible to add it. And the teacher was walking around while people were trying to do stuff. And there's like 30 of us in this class, right? Everybody's working on it but me. And then when I told my buddy, he's like, what the fuck? So, you know, he looked it up himself and did his own digging on Google. He's like, sure as shit, it's not available. What the hell? Because you can even go to the Microsoft's webpage and pull it up and it tells you the same thing. And the teacher comes around to us. He's like, why aren't you two doing anything? He's like, you can't be done already. And once again, I told him, well, sir, you gave us a task that's impossible. He's like, what do you mean it's impossible? It's like, Windows Home Basic cannot be added to a domain. He's like, yeah, I can. I was like, no, it can't. He's like, I've done it before. I was like, if you've done it before, you need to show Microsoft how you did it, because they even say you can't do it. So I was like, can you show me how you did it? He spent 3 hours fucking with it. And finally, he got pissed because he couldn't figure it out. And he kicked us all out of class, said, go home. I wasn't allowed back into the classroom after that one. But I explained that one to the teacher, you know, the advisor as well. And let's just say I never had him as a teacher again. I don't think he ever came back. That guy pissed me off. Once again, this guy, head IT at his own department in his own fucking company that he worked at, Mr. Guru Network guy, still didn't know what the fuck he was doing. He was like fucking 60 years old. Don't get me wrong, IT changes all the time. Things change all the time. Maybe back in the day, Home, maybe in Windows 1998 had the ability to be added to a domain controller or something. But I have some fucking stories. Let's just say. Like I said, like that shit was ridiculous, man. Like I said, I've had some stories, and I can see it from both points of view. Like I said, from the point of view of being a person coming from one country to another, being told you're worthless, you're not worth anything, your knowledge means jack shit, and all these other derogatory things that they could make you feel like is bullshit. Give me a test, let me intern underneath somebody and learn from somebody, and call it a fucking day. I already proved I can dedicate myself to something and do a program from start to finish, and I passed it. I have my degree. Let me prove I can do it, or prove I can learn on, you know, on the job. I shouldn't have to pay another 4 years worth of degree in another country because you don't recognize the country that it came from. It's just ridiculous.
Would you like a cup of water? Cause you look thirsty as fuck right now.
Oh, mate, thanks for the hydration. And yeah, to your message earlier, show, I somewhat agree with. Yeah, we might not know how to navigate via the sun and the stars anymore. We might not know east from west and west from east, north from south. But in this day and age, do you truly need to know that kind of stuff? Do you need to know how to read a sundial? Right? Like, there's this old technology. Do we need to truly know how to use that stuff in an era when that stuff is obsolete? Right? Did I entertain? I'm glad. That's what I'm here for. I do have a lot of ranting bullshit that I do throw out there a lot, and I have a lot of stupid ass stories, but I do my best to try to keep you guys somewhat entertained. All right, so we need Sugma balls and Hampters. So let's put these away because I need the other thingies. Put these away. We're gonna keep these. We're gonna keep these. So we needed the golden Hampters. We needed a cheese sandwich. We needed the Sugma balls rare drop. Where's my Sugma balls? There it is. Sugma balls. We needed the big EXP potion. I think it's this one. I think. We need a bunch of those. So let's just put a bunch here. So when we get them, we don't have to worry about it. Okay. So the other thing we need, I'll probably put this in back. Needed to figure out. Sorry, this is gonna take me a hot minute because I need to figure out. All right, battle axes was one of them. I think that's it. I think it's just battle axes I needed to pull out. Yeah, so battle axes. Okay, that should cover everything we kind of need. I mean, obviously there's going to be a few other miscellaneous things that pop up because of giants, or level ups and stuff. But this is the basics. All right. Then I think we put in one extra potion. I think it's this one. So, all right, back to Sugmas. All right, so we'll let this guy grind. We'll get back to the game. Keep grinding. But yeah, show if you ever have any questions, man. You ever want to vent? You want to share something? Talk about something? We always have the Discord, my friend. You know, we try to be here at least 3.5 days a week. Some weeks we're here for 5 days. Some weeks we're here for 2 days. So anytime you want to swing by, chat, you know, get a load off. Like I said, I'm not always super entertaining. Some days I have less energy than others. Sometimes I'm playing a game where I'm not very as entertaining. But, you know, if you spark a conversation with me, I usually get on a rant. I usually get on some sort of roll, and, you know, conversation kind of takes over from there. But I know how it can be when you have a little free time. You know, you don't want to spend your time doing nothing. You want to get some stuff done. But there is something to be said about relaxation and entertainment, right? It goes a long way for relieving your stress, kind of resetting you, getting you back on track to, you know, getting done what needs to get done. You know what I mean? No, I'm always myself. Don't gotta worry about that. I'm not one of those people that acts one way on stream and another way off stream. The only difference between me on and off stream is I'm a little bit more conscious of the words I use, because I know certain words are triggering for people. I do my best to not use certain words that might trigger people. That, at least when I'm not on stream, I might use the words. I'm not using them derogatory. I'm not using them in terms of like making fun of anybody or anything like that. But they kind of just slip out at times, right? And then, like I said, some people would be triggered by them. Some people would be upset by, you know, someone using those words. And, you know, I do my best to not do that on stream, but I'm still my same person. You know what I mean? I still act exactly the same as I would on or off stream. I still, you know, do the same things I would do on and off stream. I just use different wordings sometimes to describe the same exact thing. Like, to describe an idiot, I might use different words to describe someone being an idiot, but I'm still going to call someone an idiot. You know what I mean? Like, it's basically what it boils down to. We get any new gear? Oh, we did. Oh yeah, let's go. Gauntlets versus gauntlets. Okay. We can sell those, sell those, sell those. Alright, I think we're good. We're fully sealed up, except for our shield. We need to get a better shield. Yeah, and that's the problem with, in my opinion, that's one of the problems with streaming, is if you're having like a low energy day. Oh, you're in an ad. I'm gonna wait for the ad to finish if you can still hear me, and then we'll continue talking. I think this is where the boss is gonna be. Play poisonous spice. See, this is where I'm scared, man, because these things were fucking me last time. Like, no lube fucking me. Oh wait, these aren't even the same ones. Oh, that hurt. Oh. Alright, this one I don't think I can do. Man-eating spiders? I think these are the spiders that actually fucked me last time. I could be wrong. Alright, I think you guys are out of the ad by now. We're gonna sit here for a second. But yeah, Show, I don't know if you can hear me yet, but I was holding off on the conversation until I thought you were back. I'm gonna go pee actually really quick, and then I'll contribute to the conversation. all right. Yeah, I just wanted to make sure because there was the ad that was playing. I just wanted to make sure you weren't in an ad while I was having a conversation. So yeah, to what you were saying about the streaming things, like streaming's fun, it's cool, but like you were saying, like if you're not energetic that day, if you're a little like sick or run down or just having a bad day or just not very energetic or very talkative that day, it's fine, but it's for a streaming thing. It depends on how you're taking the streaming, right? If you don't care about the streaming in any way, shape, or form, if you don't care if there's people watching, if you don't care, like if you don't care if people watching, if you don't care what you're doing, if you don't care about, you know, growing a community or making a community or anything like that, then what's the point of streaming to begin with? But at the end of the day, like if you're streaming just to stream and not to grow or get bigger, and you just don't feel like talking that day, like you can do whatever you want. It doesn't really fucking matter. But if you're streaming to because you want to, you know, get some followers, you want to get some people coming in and hanging out and talking and chatting regularly, and you know, you maybe want to get like a small group of community, like 5-10 people, you know, you gotta show up. You know what I mean? You gotta show up, you gotta talk, you gotta have conversations, you gotta interact with people. And it's hard because if you want to just play a game to play a game, streaming it takes away from that, because now you have to pay attention to the stream less than the game. You can't play the game as much, like obviously, as you tell, like I sit here and do nothing for long periods of time because I'm sitting here talking, right? So there is that, right? That is a problem when it comes to streaming in general. So like I said, it pros and cons of both for sure. Yes, when you're streaming and people are here, you have people to talk to and you can chat or whatever, you know, that is a thing. But it also can be very draining. It can be somewhat stressful. You know, it can have its own problems. And if you're just in a mood where you just want to sit there and just grind mobs and not talk to anybody and just kind of just mindlessly murder mobs, you know, streaming isn't probably the right mood that day, right? But at the same time, when it comes to streaming, if you're not consistent, same time, same days, every week, every day or whatever, you know, it's hard to grow a community. I would say for people that have that social battery that can't do it 5 to 6 days a week, keeping their energy levels high, keeping their social, you know, energy high, you know, the entertainment value high. Like, I'm not a very entertaining person, right? My stories are entertaining, but me as a person, I'm not very entertaining. My gameplay isn't very entertaining. I'm more of a knowledge-based person, right? Some people find me entertaining on a normal basis, not just my funny stories. But overall, my personality and my interaction isn't very entertaining. Like I said, most of my entertainment comes from my stories, comes from my banter, not so much just watching me play the video games. But I would say for people that can't consistently perform on stream regularly, it's better to be a YouTuber. And hear me out on that. The reason why is because you play the game offline. You play the game just focusing on the game, having a good time, playing the game. You take your gameplay footage and then you edit it. You just edit it for the purpose of entertainment for the viewers, and you voice over on top of it. It makes it to where you have the best of both worlds. You grow a community of people that watch your content and, you know, whatever, learn from it, engage on it, get entertainment value, leave you comments, you know, grow in that way. But you can play your game with less stress. You don't have to worry about reading chat constantly. You don't have to worry about reacting to people. You don't have to worry about, are your plugins and extensions working? You know, are the sounds too high or too loud? You don't have any of this worry. You just play your game and just hit the record button and you just play how you want to play it. And then you make content from it. It's so much better. So I have a specific person that started doing this. So his name is Grimly. He's a Twitch streamer. He did YouTube on the side, but he Twitch streamed for 5 to 10 years. He's been doing it for a long time. And recently, a couple months ago, I want to say 4 or 5 months ago, he decided to take a break from streaming and to focus more on YouTube, because streaming for 8 hours a day, plus having his wife and everything, you know, trying to spend time with the wife, trying to take care of the house, streaming for 8 to 10 hours a day, trying to do YouTube, it was just too much, right? So cutting out the 8 hours of streaming 5 days a week allowed for a lot more wife time, house time, you know. It allowed for body and mind, you know, stuff like working out, eating right, you know, getting errands done, working on the YouTube more, but still being able to freely play games on the side with the wife or whatever, and to grow content that way without being stressed out about chat and interactions and stuff like that. And he has been loving it. It's so much more his speed. He was a great entertainer. Don't get me wrong, I loved his streams. He was funny, he was engaging, he had just great banter, he had great conversations, he was funny, he had great takes on things. He was a good streamer. I enjoyed watching his content. But it's nice to see him flourishing in YouTube versus streaming, because it just seems to suit him so much more. Yeah, and that's the thing, show is like the way I see the society as a whole going is 99% of everything is going to be, I almost want to say kind of like Hunger Games, where everything is based off of entertainment, right? They're murdering each other for entertainment, and that's like obviously the extreme, right? But that's kind of where I feel like we're going, is if you're not creating entertainment, you're not going to go anywhere, right? Between social media entertainment, whether it's rage bait, clickbait, you know, funniness, comedy, knowledge, some sort of intellectual property, right? Something intellectual, something that makes you either laugh, think about something, or passes time for you in some way, shape, or form, is where everything's going. Between social media, YouTube, you know, movies, music, video games, everything is pulling people off of doing IRL normal stuff and onto virtually having time mentally, right? At some point, Ready Player One is going to be a thing, right? Everybody's going to be living in a virtual world 99% of the time. There's a Bruce Willis movie about that too. I don't remember what it's called, but everybody like lives inside of virtual reality, and they spend very little time in the actual real world. But yeah, it's like Ready Player One style, right? Where you interact with all your friends there, you have your dates there, you know, you watch your movies there, you listen to music there, you play video games there, you do everything inside virtual reality. I feel like everything's gonna go that way. Was it Fifth Element? I don't think so. That was the alien one. That was the one with the chick. That one was a fucking funny ass movie though. No, what was it? Maybe it wasn't Bruce Willis. I can't remember it. It was one where his wife was basically selling her body. Maybe it wasn't virtual. It was virtual reality, but not virtual reality. Basically, what people were allowed to do is they were allowed to take control over physical people's bodies to do whatever they wanted with them in the real world, but virtually. Does that make sense? I don't remember what it was called, because there was this guy's wife was letting her body be controlled by a guy. She didn't know it was a guy. It was this really fat, disgusting guy, and letting her body be controlled by this person to do whatever he wanted with it. And he would take her to places to, you know, dance and get naked and other things and stuff, you know. I don't remember the movie though. But anyway, stuff like that, right? It's all about entertainment. So if you can find a way, like, here's the thing when it comes to the entertainment tier, you have to find the niche that works for you, something that you are good at, that you can leverage, that's done in a different way than what most people do, or maybe some other people do it, but maybe you do it in a different way, or maybe in a better way. You know, you got to find something that you like. You have to like it for one, and two, be good at it. You can find that, whether it's just playthroughs, low key. No one does this very often. There was another streamer. Her name is Hero Carry. She started doing this in her YouTube channel recently, but it's literally, I don't remember the exact terminology for it, but basically it's game playthroughs. So what people do is, instead of what people do nowadays, and they do it wrong, They take their Twitch stream of them playing through a game from start to finish and upload the entire Twitch stream. Right? An 8-hour Twitch stream of them playing through a game. The problem with that is there's a lot of downtime between donations and talking to chat and slowing down to doing things. Hero, I don't know what her YouTube name is, but let me pull her up really quick. She usually streams before I get on. Where is she? I feel like she's not online, so I have to like scroll through my list of followers to find her really quick. Because her name is Kelly. I'm pretty sure it's Kelly. And her Twitch name is a play on that. It's like Hero Kelly or Hero Carry or something like that. Let me find it really quick. Yeah, here it is. So this is her Twitch. She probably has her YouTube on there. But so that she was explaining this on her stream the other day. She actually became a partner. She took off. She started streaming not that long ago and she took off. She does this as a full-time job now. She does Twitch and YouTube. She's really good. She's really funny. She does a lot of Dance Revolution stuff like that. But she's been starting this series on her YouTube, and like I said, it's basically gameplay throughs, but it's played offline with no Twitch chat, no nothing. This way she focuses purely on playing the game and not speed running it per se, but playing the game and giving her voiceovers after the fact to the gameplay, right? So you can do smaller gameplay playthroughs like day one, right? And it's like a 15 to 25, 30 minute clip, maybe an hour clip of you playing through a certain segment of a video game. And then you have day two and you do another segment of it until you eventually finish the game. So it's like a full from start to finish playthrough of a game broken up into chapters with no fluff. Right? It's just the pure interaction, the pure just things that happen to you, the way you react, the way you interact with the game, the way you talk to yourself while you're playing the game. It's just a pure playthrough of the game. People don't do these as much as they used to back in the day, and she says it's been working for her. So I mean, that's like, obviously that's just a recommendation, right? That's just one thing that I can think off the top of my head that people don't do very often anymore, from my understanding. But it's something you can do if you just want to play a game to play a game. You play it, right? And that's like one way you can go about just playing a game and then making content out of it. But you can also do other things where you can play multiple games and you can rank the games. People do that all the time. You can give your pros and cons of a game, your first thoughts of a game, like, trying games out and giving people your personal opinions. Like, there's a slew of things that you could do for entertainment value, for educational purposes. Just find what you like and just do it, right? Oh man. But yeah, the other guy I was telling you about earlier, his name's Grimly. He has his own YouTube channel. He kind of does a similar thing. I follow him on Discord too, but he does the same thing in YouTube to a point where he does playthroughs of older games like BioShocks. He played all the BioShocks from start to finish, and he has his full playthroughs of all of his BioShocks, right? So people can watch his playthroughs of his BioShocks. They can watch his fails, watch his his successes, and it's kind of cool. Like if you have some sort of community that enjoys watching your ups and your downs, you can make content out of it, and then obviously it takes a while to like grow that community of people that rooting for your success, rooting for your failure. But at the end of the day, like, it's something that could easily be done with time and dedication, right? The more time you put into it, the more you more consistently you post videos and content, and react to people and answer their questions on comments, or even use social media to put your name out there even further, you'll grow. Even if it's like 5, 10, 15 people. And the nice thing about YouTube is yes, you want to upload regularly, once a week, once every other week, whatever your regular schedule is, what works for you. You just got to be consistent with it, you know, set a schedule and try and keep to it best you can. If you can do that, you will grow. No matter how you look at it, you will grow. And that's the good part, right? We need to get rid of stuff. I don't know what to get rid of because I'm really full. Is this what's like carrying like all my weight? If I get rid of this, it does. Okay, I feel like this is what's fucking me. All right, I don't know what I just did. Okay. Yeah, there's a lot you could like, you can tinker with, more or less, right? And here's the thing, I wouldn't recommend it right now, purely because we talked about it before. Is you know, you probably don't have a lot of free time to do something like that. You know what I mean? With like school and family and things like that, like you probably don't have a lot of time. But I would say, anytime you do sit down to play a video game, it might be worth recording, right? Just download OBS Studios, just record your gameplay to a drive, hold on to it, and then at some point maybe sit down and compile it together and make a video. You know? And just rinse and repeat that process day after day, you know, week after week, or however like little amount of time you can put together, and just compile some videos here and there. And maybe when you have more free time, you know, you're not so stressed out or have too much on your plate, you can start up a YouTube channel. And maybe you can, you know, turn it into a side business, side hustle. And that's all I use YouTube or Twitch for. I don't do Twitch to make money. I don't do it to be big. I don't do it for anything other than to have people to chat with, hang out with, and stuff like that while I'm not working, right? On my days off, I need to stay awake at night. And if I'm not playing video games and talking to people, I will fall asleep. I've proven that time and time again. So I started streaming, or continued streaming, because of that. I needed a small community of people that enjoyed hanging out with me and chatting with me, having conversations, so I could stay awake in the middle of the night on my days off. And I don't want you guys to sub to me. I don't want you guys to donate to me. I don't want any of that stuff. Like, if you guys don't want to see ads, perfectly fine. Hit me with a Prime, or, you know, a sub. If you don't want to watch ads, I'm fine with that. You know, however you want to go about removing ads so you don't see them, do what you got to do. I don't mind. Just you guys being here and chatting with me is all I really want. But any money I do make from ad revenue, literally use it as it's like a side hustle to upgrade my PC. Right? It's something that, like, I don't have to use my own money. I use the ad revenue from Twitch. Right? And you can do the same thing with YouTube, right? If you can get, I think it's 1,000 subscribers on YouTube, and like X amount of videos made in 30 days, and X amount of views in 30 days, you can become partnered with YouTube, and you can make ad revenue. And that's basically all it boils down to. I'm trying to do that at some point with my my VOD channel. If I can get to 1,000 people on that, and I can actually make ad revenue on my YouTube, I would be ecstatic. But I highly doubt that's going to happen. Because in order for me to actually grow, I'd have to use social media. I'd have to advertise it. And I'd have to post not just my Twitch VODs to the channel. I'd have to actually post real videos, you know, entertaining videos. Something of some sort of value. Teaching videos, guides, you know, anything that could, like, be searched for some sort of reasoning, whether it's learning something or entertainment value. Like, if I'm not doing either one of those, then I'm not going to grow, right? But at the end of the day, show, if you want to try it at one point, if you have any questions, you need any help with anything, Once again, you can always just swing by and ask. We are a little struggle bus right now. We're on a level 19. Oh my god. Yeah, we need to find something else. Oh, we're out of here. Nope. We are DED dead as a door now. Yeah, we need to go to a different quest. That was ridiculous. And that's the thing. It doesn't matter how slow it is, does it? As long as it's consistent, right? If it takes you 1 month to put out one video, that's fine, right? It's where you start, right? It's literally a starting point. If you put out one video a month, but you actually focus on like quality and the content itself, it will work. It'll be a slow progress. People will see your first video, slow trickle, right? Second video, bring a little extra. Your third video, bring a little extra. At the end of the year with 12 videos, there'll be a handful of videos for people to look at when they get drawn to you from one. As long as there's a theme, right? Because one thing that I have learned from another YouTuber / Twitch streamer that I've talked to is something he explained to me, which I thought was weird, is let's say you're making Minecraft videos, right? And someone shows up to your channel because they were watching Minecraft videos and they subscribe to your channel from the Minecraft video. Supposedly, they do not get notified when you post content outside of that criteria. So if you make YouTube content on, let's say, New World instead, they don't get notified. The Minecraft people don't get notified of the New World content, which is weird. So try to find that category that you can stay consistent in. Now, there's nothing wrong with diversifying the content to a point, but keep in mind that people will be notified for the different things, right? So if you do 2 different games, you'll be split on who gets notified of what. Why a lot of YouTube creators have multiple channels for multiple contents. Some of them will have Minecraft only, some of them will have reactions only, some of them will have VOD channels only and stuff like that, because the people that are getting notified for those channels get notified for that content, right? Like I said, it's the consistency. And then let's say after a year you get 12 videos up. Maybe the next year you try and do them every 3 weeks, right? Something like that. You know what I mean? Like you try and increase it a little bit here and there as you push along and you slowly grow in the content. And like I said, if you are able to get to 1,000 followers and you can hit the criteria to becoming a partner and you're putting up content regularly, you will slowly make a little bit of income here and there. It won't be a lot until you get like real good videos or real good community following you. But bro, $100, like let's say you're getting like $300-400 a year from it. That's, I wouldn't say free $300-400. It's actually really bad return on time spent. But if it's already your free time that you wouldn't have gotten paid for anyway, side cash is always nice. Whether it's used to buy extra video games or, you know, upgrade your computer, you know what I mean? Whatever it's used for, it's used for. And like, it's something that you didn't have to work for. Well, you didn't have to work your job for, right? You didn't have to cut corners on cost to obtain. You just, whatever you normally would have done in your off time, you made money off of. It's like any other hobby. Like if your hobby was putting Legos together, or your hobby was painting mini figurines, or, you know, going on hikes, at least you're making money from your hobby. It can be a little stressful though, right? You got to be careful of the things you say. You don't want to drag other YouTubers or Twitch, you know, any other creators in on anything. You don't want to rub people the wrong way. You know what I mean? Because if you piss off a content creator, you piss off their community, which could hurt your growth, and they, you know, you just don't want to deal with the headache, right? So that's one thing I try to do the best I can, at least for me. That I try to avoid basically pissing people off, right? Yeah, I still voice my opinion on certain content creators, But I don't follow the social medias. I don't follow the news. I don't follow any of that stuff. I just kind of do my own thing and just have a good time, right? Alright, return to weak legs. Okay. You know what I mean? You just basically you just don't want to get into like a creator feud. It's just not worth it. It's gonna hurt you more than it's gonna help you. So stick to the content of what you're doing and try not to bring other people into it is the one recommendation I would have. Like I said, whatever it is you like doing, just try and make it into a thing, you know? Like, take my dad, for example. My dad is a stringed instruments repair person, right? He is the #1 stringed instruments repair. I don't know what they're called, like what their job description is called, but he's the #1 person in, I think, Florida? Or maybe in the county that he lives in. I don't know. But he's like the #1 guy. So everybody comes to him to repair their violins, their bows, their stand-up basses, you know, anything that has a string, he fixes. Like, he will literally take a violin that has been run over by a truck and put it back together for you. That's the type of stuff my dad does. And he's a very handy person like that, you know? So when he told me he was thinking about doing a YouTube channel, doing the stuff, the repairs that he normally would do, I thought it was a great idea. Because he's already doing it as a living. If he would just record it and then edit the video and maybe answer people's questions and talk to it, that's what I'm saying. Like, that is cool content. It's educational, and my dad's funny. He's a funny dude. Like, if you think I'm funny, you should have the conversation. You should have the conversations me and him have. It's fucking downright hilarious. But yeah, like, that's the kind of stuff. Like I said, you find that niche, you find that thing that you typically do, the thing that you like doing, and you make it work. Right? You make content out of it, and that's the basics behind all of it. And like I said, and then the added benefit, making a couple bucks here and there from it, it's a win-win. You still do what you normally would do. You still have fun doing what you normally do, but the little extra addition of the little bit of stress of making a video out of it, yes. So you have fun playing your video game for, I don't know, a week, right? A couple hours here, a couple hours there. You have like 15 hours worth of video to edit, right? You smash it together. You make a quick little, you know, video compilation of whatever you're trying to make it into. And then, boom, you have yourself a small little video. You know, super simple. You don't got to put a lot of effort into it. Now, you want to make sure it doesn't look like shit. Right? You don't want to have some weird-ass, like, blocky, weird clips and weird, like, transitions and just terrible audio stuff. So you want to put a little thought into it, a little effort, a little pride in your work. But at the end of the day, it's just, you know, you don't have to go crazy over the top with it. Yeah, one of these days, I'm really hoping to get to 1,000 on my YouTube, though. That would be absolutely insane. I would love that. Alright. It looks like we're pretty much good. But we are struggling for survivability. So what is this? Triple health regenerate. I don't know if that's in or outside of combat. Chance to evade attacks. Okay. That's actually insane. Chance to critically hit when it's... Oh. Okay, we have to. I want to survive, but I just want to do damage, bro. That's insane. Alright, so we got that. We gotta actually find a vendor, and we gotta get rid of some stuff. So... I know there's one in the fishing pier. Yeah, well, I got you here, show. If you haven't followed my YouTube, it's in the VOD channel is linked down below. We're gonna sell all of this. I can't be bothered to deal with this. Oh, shift click. Oh my god, that's so much better. I just saw the message on the bottom of the screen. Oh, that is phenomenal. Thank God. Okay. So what are we getting rid of? So we're gonna get rid of the axe because I don't really want it. We're gonna get rid of the chest, feet, hands. All right, we're good now. Let's go. Got some empty inventory. I don't think I'm strong enough though to actually fight the mobs. They're like level 18s or 19s. I just don't think I have the gear for it. Did I move that, mate? Hold on, let's take a look. Let me look. I thought that was a. Oh, you know why? I did remove that. It's in my About Me show. If you just scroll down a smidgen, you'll see the VOD link. It says VOD. But my I had to disable that command, mate, because Twitch in their SOPs, basically, long story short, is they changed the ruling to where we're allowed to multi-stream, but with the caveat that we are not allowed to say that we are streaming on any other platform other than Twitch. We are not allowed to combine the chat. If you are, you guys are in an ad, so I'm gonna wait. Once that ad is over, I will continue the conversation. That double crit though. Yo, someone hit 160. Let's go. That's insane. Alright, we're getting close. Alright, I think you guys are out of the ad. But yeah, long story short, mate, and show is if you're allowed to do it, but you're basically not allowed to engage or react to anybody on any other platform other than Twitch. So let's say you're streaming on like Kick, YouTube, and Twitch at the same time. You can't talk to your Twitch or your Kick chat. You can't talk to your YouTube chat. You can't basically make your Twitch chat feel like they're not the important ones, right? So you can't have like bots putting links to other websites. So you can't have like a link going to your YouTube or your Kick. You can't have you can't tell people to go and watch your stream on other platforms. You can't do anything that takes away from the Twitch experience. You can't even combine your Twitch chat with your other chats, which in my opinion is a really dumb idea. Like, why can't I combine the chats? Because then it allows for the Twitch community to interact with the YouTube community or the Kick community, and it makes them feel part, like they're part of it all, right? Like they get to interact with the other people, they feel included, so on and so forth. So it's kind of dumb that you can't do it. I don't really know the true reasoning behind that ruling, but that's why I removed that specific command. And that's also why we moved it to just a clickable in the About Me for the VOD channel specifically. So that way, if you guys do want to go rewatch a VOD or, clip something or whatever, you can go at your own leisure and do it whenever you want, however you want. But yeah, that's why we do it that way. Still probably not quite not against TOS, but that's the best solution I can come up with. Because I'm going to tell you right now, there's no way in hell I'm going to have people in another chat if I'm streaming to multiple platforms and I'm not going to talk to them. I don't care if you don't want your... Like, I don't care if Twitch wants their community to not be feeling less than. I'm going to tell you right now, if someone's talking to me on another platform, I'm going to talk to them. Yes. Twitch community doesn't see the comment. They only hear half the conversation. They hear me reacting to somebody saying something. But at the end of the day, like, I'm not going to ignore other people because a company doesn't want me to do something even though they're letting me do it. You know what I'm saying? It's like, it's such a stupid, like, caveat. It's like, hey, you're allowed to do it, but if you do it, you can't do anything that makes it look like you're doing it. So you don't want us to do it. Don't tell us we could do it if you're not going to let us do it. That's my thought process, right? Like, I get you want Twitch to be the primary. You want Twitch to be the top dog. You want that to get most of your, your effort. I get that. I understand that. And I'm totally with that. But that doesn't mean ignore the rest of it. But what I'm saying is allow for the Twitch community for the chats to combine, allow me to show them on screen, and allow me to say, like, maybe not direct them over to it. Don't be like, hey guys, make sure you go over to my Kick channel and watch me on my Kick channel. Like, I'm not saying that. Right? As long as I don't tell someone to go and watch me on one platform or the other, everything else should be fine. It should literally just be as simple as the chats are combined so everybody can see what everybody is saying and everybody knows what I'm talking about and what I'm answering to. And that's it. That's literally all it should be. Right? You should answer somebody when their question comes in. Doesn't matter what platform they're on. As long as everybody is getting the same quality of video and audio pushed, it shouldn't matter which platform they're watching. Whatever their personal preference is to watch on, they should be able to watch on. That's it. But no, that's not how it works. Either way, it is what it is. I don't really mind one way. Making good progress. It's almost 5 a.m. We're gonna be getting off shortly here. I did want to do some Eidolon stuff, but I'm also kind of at a point with Eidolon this week where I don't really want to touch it. I'm just letting it grind certain aspects, and I'm hardly doing my Omniprocs. I'm hardly even checking anything. I'm just letting it grind right now. So I'm just gonna play this for the next 20 minutes. And I think we're gonna call it a night. Dun, 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 dun. We're doing pretty good though. Reach 19 to continue this quest. The problem is I'm 16. I'm literally level 16 and I don't know where to go to get my next quest. Because I need to find side quests. I don't know where they exist. So I think we're going to start by going all the way into these areas that I haven't visited yet. See if we can visit them. See if we can find some side quests. So I think we're going to start down here. We're going to try and visit these two places. And we're going to check out these places for side quests. And we'll try these two places. And then we'll move over here, check these buildings. And we'll work our way up. Try and hit as many of these places as we can. Looking for side quests to see if we can grow. Right now we're 16, almost 17, and we gotta make it all the way to 19 in order to follow the storyline even further. Bro, mate, you know, like last, 4 or 5 months where I really wasn't playing Eidolon, I was just AFK in the background. That's why. I was so salty and pissed about the 2 events back to back that basically got absolutely dick punched and I got literally nothing out of them. It just literally put a nasty taste in my mouth and I just didn't want to play it for a while. I feel you on that, like 100%. When you get literal fucked in an event, like absolutely, like, hey, the average is 100 and you're like half of the average or a third of the average, you got fucked that hard, what makes you want to continue playing the game? Like, are you fucking kidding me? Yo, show, I appreciate it, man. Thank you. Like I said, you didn't have to. I just throw it out there. Like, it's a good place to catch the VODs. You know what I mean? You ever miss one or want to rewatch something? I think it's the best place to do it. So, I appreciate it. Thank you for the help. You didn't have to. Man, that shit pissed me off. Like I said, I 100% get it. Because I was in the same boat. Alright, I'm looking for these entrances. There's one here. I don't know if I've been in this one. Alright, so let's go in here. Let's see if there's a quest in here. Alright, so this is dead end. Yeah, you got like a third of what you should have gotten. Like, it's crazy. That's just crazy, man. It's absolutely mind-blowing that you only got a third. I don't mean to laugh, but that's just wild. Oh, I don't like that there's no jump in this game. What I find interesting is it says there's 2 places I haven't visited yet, but I only saw 1 portal. So that's pretty interesting. Okay. Yeah, that'd be sick. That'd be sick. Show, do a blind playthrough, like your initial like thoughts on it when you get into the game. You know, you talk about like what you like. You just talk about like things you like and dislike as you're experiencing it in your first playthrough through. You know, like how the UI looks, how the character creation looks, pros and cons of what you're seeing, what you would like to be different, you know, and just talk your way through it while you're playing it. Things you're not liking about it, things you are liking about it, what's fun about it, what's not fun about it. Like, you know, just get your way through it. And yeah, it all boils down to brand new games, right? It doesn't have to be a brand new game, because it could be like a very well followed game as well, right? That has like a series, so you can do like a full series playthrough, like all the Fables, for example. Not saying Fable's a good option. I'm just saying, like, let's say Fable had a good following on YouTube, right? People like to watch like Fable playthroughs and stuff, or like Skyrim and things like that. You could do like, you know, playthrough of like all the Dark Souls or all the Fables or whatever, you know, blind first time playthroughs, just giving your thoughts on, like, you know, but obviously as a more newer style of gameplay. Or for newer games, it would be better because, you know, they haven't been done 1,000 times, right? GTA 6, I'm with. So somebody made a comment about GTA 6, and I kind of agreeing with their generalistic thought. Is I have a feeling. Like I said, it's obviously I'm regurgitating what they said, but I agree with it. That GTA 6 is going to flop very hard. Very, very, very hard. And the reasoning for that is because we've been waiting so long for it, that when it finally shows up and we finally get to get into it, it's going to basically be GTA 5.1. And they're going to be like, we waited how long for basically GTA 5 remake? And people are going to be pissed with what they're actually what they actually obtain, right? And then on top of that, if you want to get into the RP community or whatever, that's going to take time, because then people have to, you know, create servers, they have to create mods, they have to tinker with things and do things and stuff to get like ready for RP. And so that community won't be able to catch up for quite a while. And even then, like, will the communities move from GTA 5 to GTA 6 at that point? Maybe not, depending on the map and, you know, the limitations and stuff. Like, it's just, I have a really bad feeling that GTA 6 is not going to have the impact that it should, purely because there's so much hype leading to it for the last X amount of years that it's going to fall short of the hype, and people are going to be like, shit game, refund, like they've been doing with every game for the last 15 years. People get so wrapped up in the hype of a video game, it falls short of what they were hyped for, and then they refund the game, talk shit about it, downvote it, don't recommend the game, and try to blacklist it from anybody that tries to play it, and they go back to playing like the older games. Like, I feel like that's what's going to end up happening. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. The expectations are ridiculously high. And I think that's just a recipe for failure. Like, very few games can live up to the expectations that are put upon a game. When the expectation bar is set so high, very few games have ever hit the expectation mark that has been put upon them. Unless the bar is placed low. If the bar is placed low, they usually can meet it. But most of the time, the bar is placed really high for hype, because they're so bored and so starved for content that they're like, oh my god, I can't wait. Oh my god, this game's gonna be so good. It's gonna be so good. And they come out, it's like, it's so bad, I'm never playing this again. You know, it's just like, it always falls short, and it just ruins it for them, and they just quit. Yeah, exactly. Bro, I could only imagine, like, Ready Player One, Sword Art Online, like that kind of level of game is like the only thing that's gonna like kind of save gaming at this point. Because the only games that truly do well, at least from my point of view, the only games that truly do well and excel are older games. And the reason for that is purely because they've had enough time adding content, polishing their game, and refining their content and their UI and just the gameplay itself. That it's the only thing in the gaming realm that can meet expectations. That makes sense. For example, RuneScape been around for how many years, and people still love it because they've been around for so long. They've been perfecting what is available in their game for 20 years, right? World of Warcraft, same thing, right? They've been adding content for so many years that it's so hard for new games to ever compete with it, right? So new games are almost guaranteed to flop because the amount of polish and content they have to compete with on release to older games is impossible to match, right? Like, you can't expect a game that has been in development for, let's say, 10 years, right? They've been developing the game from the ground up, from scratch, right? Developing the character models, the map, the layout, the storyline, the quest lines, the NPCs, bug fixes, the builds, the abilities, the weapons. They've had to develop all this stuff for over 10 plus years. They released the game, and people are pissed because there's not a lot of content, there's not a lot of polish, it's missing, quality of life, all this other stuff, because they don't have enough time in development to actually put all of that into a game, to put it out in a timely manner. 10 years, timely manner, right? For people to actually experience the game. And then once the game is out, they have to then start working on expanding the content, expanding the polishment, the refinement of the game, and the quality of lives, and they have to start putting less effort in. Now, when you come to an older game, World of Warcraft, RuneScape, Final Fantasy 14, Guild Wars 2, Lord of the Rings Online is a bad example, but it's still on there. All of these games have been out for so long, they have tons of content because they've had 20 years to develop content on top of their development process before that, right? Which is why, if you wanted to start something, I wouldn't say I would be opposed to waiting for a new game to come out to start a content series on it, but I would also somewhat recommend and or point you in a direction of finding an older game that has a decent community that you could take advantage of getting a start in, right? Take some of the bigger streamers, for example. Most of them got their start in some niche as just tiny community-based games. For example, there's a streamer, her name is Dizzy Kitten. I really like Dizzy Kitten. She's a really funny, enjoyable, bubbly personality. She plays a lot of different games. She's a pretty variety streamer, but she got her start over 10 years ago, pretty much solely and only playing Bindings of Isaac or whatever. That's all she played. And after a while, it worked for her. She grew a community there. She was able to, flourish, and she was able to take her community from that game into variety after a little while, and now she's pretty solid. Right? And it's the same thing in like the YouTube series, right? Like, you start with one thing and you work your way from one to another, and you find your niche, grow a small community, and you start expanding from there. I feel like kind of the same thing. To a point, obviously. Alright, I cannot, for the life of me, find not for the life of me find so we want to hit Maplewood's north. I could have went the other way. But like, what's funny is like you can actually go on YouTube and you could easily skim around like mindless games, right? Type in like random mindless nonchalant games and you can find small YouTube channels dedicated to those games. And they don't have like insane like followings or, you know, like communities or whatever, but it's enough to get you started, if that makes sense. And like I said, it doesn't truly matter what the game is. Whatever game you enjoy playing, there is a community for it. So even if you wanted to get started on like a non-new, famous, best, latest and greatest type of game, you could get started on any game you wanted, right? And just throw, you know, throw your passion at one game at a, you know, one game and, you know, pick a game and just throw your passion at it, right? And then when a new game comes out, then kind of segue into it, see if it works for you, you know? It's only one way you're gonna find out. But I will say there are certain games and certain communities that are absolutely wild. Like how good the communities are. They're ridiculous, some of the communities. Like they're super loyal, super just generous. Like kind of certain communities are just really wild. Like they're either very vast, very like, you know, large communities where like you can easily just, there's so many like people. What did I just do? Alright, well, this is not the place to be doing this. We did get some XP. Same. Ugh. But yeah, I don't know like how to do it or anything, show, but there is ways to look up like YouTube analytics. Like I said, I'm not one to be able to do that, but you could in theory try to find a way to look up analytics of like what game channels typically have the most followings or the most subscribers, maybe the most view counts. You can look into like what types of videos in those categories typically have like high view counts or, you know, thumbs ups or, you know, subscriber retention or whatever. Because I will say from personal experience, the few games that do very well, whether it's Twitch or YouTube, Minecraft being one. Minecraft is fucking insane. RuneScape does very well as well. Certain videos with like, you know, mainstream games like World of Warcraft, even Final Fantasy 14 can have some pretty good content, but it's those aren't like when you get to like games like Final Fantasy 14, Guild Wars 2, they're not top tier, they're not number one in popularity, but they still have a small community that you can build upon. But yeah. Well, that's getting out of the realm. That's getting into different realms of like FPS, like Counter-Strike, Valorant. Those are massive ones. Even Overwatch can do very well. It just depends on the content you're doing with those. Even games like League of Legends, right? Like every genre has its core game that works, right? The couple core games. So it just depends, show, on like what kind of game you like. Like if you like single player games, you like MMO games, you like FPS games, RPG games. Just pick a genre that you enjoy, pick whatever game you would literally, if you were sitting there looking at a list of every game in the world that you would sit down and want to play day in and day out for like a week straight, right? Find that genre, find that niche that you like, that you like, damn, I would love to play all the Fables. I would love to play, you know, this game for months, or, you know, from start to finish, doing challenge modes, things like that. Like, you can find that. You can start a channel on something like that. Like I said, it's like starting with like a blind playthrough, thoughts and critiques or whatever, moving into, you know, challenge mode playthroughs, you know, lots of things like that. You can do things like that. You can have fun with it. Sorry, I just mindlessly talking at this point. So. All right, so we got spiked steel plate. Is pretty cool. This is slightly better due to the quality difference, but I honestly don't care. Good quality upgrade though. Yeah, it's only a couple extra points of Ooh, we got a new. Oh my god! Look at the fucking weapon damage, bro. Let's go. That's insane. That's insane. Let me go fuck one of these spiders up real quick. But yeah, like I said, at the end of the day though, I would definitely say that something new has its place, because I was putting the wrong way. Because then people are like looking for that content because it's new, and they're like, oh, I want to see what's new. I want to see this. I want to see that. Right? The people like, it's fresh, it's new, and people are looking for content for it. Right? You've been paying attention more than normal. Yeah, let's go, Cal. Hell yeah. I mean, that's also another thing, Cal, is like a lot of times when I go to people's channels and I'm like just lurking in chat, there's always people in chat asking questions about, hey, how'd you get started in streaming? Do you have any recommendations or advice for a new time streamer, you know, getting started? Like, there's always people asking that question, right? And it's probably one of the most common questions to be asked. People are always asking those questions. All right, mate, I appreciate you. Get a good night's sleep. I will hopefully talk to you tomorrow. Like I said, tomorrow I think we're going to keep playing this game. I think tomorrow might be our last day on this game though, if I can't figure out how to progress much, because we're at a point right now that we can't find any side quests and we need to grind all the way to level 19. So I have to just run around, group up mobs and murder them. I don't like playing like that. If I want to play like that, I'd play MapleStory. But I mean, either way though, Cal, I do appreciate that you come and hang out and lurk, even though you're not paying attention to what the hell's going on. You know, lurking's more than what I asked for, you know. It's really all I expect out of you guys, is come and hang out, lurk, chill, put me on the background. Just, that's all I really hope for. Well, I appreciate it. And yeah, I'm glad my random banter can entertain you at least some. But like, that's the thing too, is like, I don't mind what we talk about. Like, yeah, it's about gaming advice, but I mean, streaming advice helps too. Like, I'm not a big streamer, I'm not a big content creator, I never will be, I'll never be famous, I'll never make a lot of money off of it. But I mean, I can do my best to share any knowledge I have with you guys to, you know, if you have the interest in starting or getting, you know, into it, I don't mind sharing the knowledge that I've learned over the years, or at least that I've heard or listened to or whatever. 5% roughly for killing that group of bombs. Ugh. That was only 3%. I hate my life, bro. I got 2 more levels to go and I'm stuck grinding fucking mobs. It wouldn't be so bad if I had a better place to grind mobs, if I'm being honest. Because these are level 18. There's 5 of them. They spawn relatively fast. But they want me to like 15 to 16. Like, I feel like that might not be bad if there's enough mobs. Right? Interesting to listen to. Oh yeah. I mean, and that's the thing too, is like that's what I expect, Kyle. I expect people to, like, if they are lurking and they put me in the background, that they're gaming, right? Most people, even when I'm streaming or when I'm like gaming, I have a stream open in the background, right? That's how I expect most of my viewers, is they're not sitting there watching me as a main screen, right? They have me on the side, and they're just listening, kind of tuned out, just not really paying too much attention, but just kind of just hanging out, right? That's what I'm expecting from majority of my viewers, right? In general, that's how I am when it comes to streams. And then occasionally, like you said, there's like a topic that comes up that kind of interests me, and it kind of perks up my level of interaction, or at least of listening. Makes me listen a little bit more, just because, you know, it's a little bit more interactive. But yeah, like the thing is, like with me, is I don't typically talk like about this stuff, because not everybody wants to listen to it, you know. And I know some people do, but I'm not gonna be like, all right guys, we're gonna talk about streaming today. You know what I mean? Like, because I'm only gonna bring it up if somebody else brings it up. Like I said, if I have a viewer that comes in and they want to talk about it, sure. If I have a, you know, someone that I know has been like coming in and asking questions for that, then maybe I'll preemptively start the conversation. But I'm not going to force everybody to listen to me talk about it when there's not somebody that wants to talk about it, right? Alright, is there something here we can play? I really hoping these guys would auto aggro. I was hoping they'd auto aggro, but they're not. They were earlier. What are you even playing right now, Kyle? Are you playing Valorant? I'm assuming because of the Valorant comment earlier. More into single players and RPGs? Okay. So you're looking for like a single player, like RPG style, not so much like MMO? It's like Baldur's Gate kind of falls into that place, right? We play co-op, which is kind of dope. Factoria? Oh, bro, Factoria? Bro, I couldn't even get past the tutorial on Factoria. Like, I understand how to play it, but the tutorial wanted me to do something, and I didn't know how to do it. I couldn't get past it. I know you didn't ask, but I'm kind of curious. If we were to look at single player on my list alone, what do we have? Like, I'm just trying to see if there's something that like piques my, like hits me in the gut and is like, ooh, that sounds like a decent game that you could play through, right? So something like this is cool. I don't know if you've ever played it, Joe, but a pretty cool game. It's single player, but can be played co-op. It's basically a game, I don't know if you've seen it, but it's basically a game where you take over the entire map. But it's first person, RPG style. You walk around, you build up, you make a town, you hire people from other towns to work in your town. So you automate the processes. This is a cool game. Really cool game. I will tell you from my past experiences, I had my highest viewer count when streaming this year playing Bellwright. When it came out, I started playing it, and I had my highest viewer count playing it. It was crazy. This is a cool game. If you're into a RuneScape style game, this is kind of RuneScape-esque. It was really cool. Yeah, Bellwright was dope. Here, I'll even show you like the Steam page really quick. But like, you literally like, so imagine survival-esque level scheme, right? You build a blacksmith, and you level up like from one tier like iron to steel. You make better crossbows and you make better arrows and you make better armors to make yourself tankier and stuff like that. It's got that aspect along with the map exploration to finding gear, like new resource and stuff, with the combination of automation from hiring villagers to do work for you. So you have a civilization based hierarchy system of like allowing people to automate crafting of foods, crafting of ores and materials, you know, building buildings for you, things like that. But it's all played in the retrospect of you are actually on the ground with them as like their in charge person. You can also gear them up with gear so they can fight with you, and then you go around the map and you actually take over towns as like Viking settlement kind of style, right? You go in and you build this, I don't know what you call it, it's like a bell or whatever. You build it out of town, you ring the bell, you fight all the guards in the town, and you take over the town, and now you've subjugated that town into your town, and you kind of take over that area, and now your town is bigger, you have more people to hire, you go up different tiers of like gear and stuff like that. Doing this is really cool. Really cool game. I mean, I don't think it's free. Yeah, it's like $30. It's on sale for 20 right now. Pretty cool game. Not gonna lie. I played it for 20 hours, I think, and I enjoyed it, but the combat is really hard because it has directional block, directional attack, and it's very fast paced. So if a guy's thinking you're gonna, you know, you gotta feint from the right to attack from the left. You know, if you're gonna stab straight at him, he might parry it, and if he parries it or blocks it, it staggers you for a second so he can retaliate attack. But if you know, stun block him, you can attack for free. You have ranged weapons, bows and crossbows, that you can attack people from ranged as well. There's bandits that go around. You have raids that happen on your town, hit, you know, every so many days or whatever. It's crazy. It's a crazy game. It's super chill, super cool. I thought it was a really good game. I just couldn't get past the combat. It was way too difficult for me. It's a really chill ass game. That's a cool game. Like I said, if you like RuneScape, this is a single player RuneScape. Pretty chill, top down, click to move. You know, actually I think it's ASTW. But you move around and you know, you kill things like normal, like you know, like anything else. It has a storyline, and you level up like you would in RuneScape. You level up like you would in RuneScape. You have fishing, cooking, crafting, wood chopping, fire making. You have all the RuneScape skills. You have bosses to farm, you have gear to farm, you have lands to unlock, quests to unlock. This is a really chill ass game too. I played this was really fun, but I'm a RuneScape fan, right? I only have 7.5 hours in. I wanted to go back to it, but I got sidetracked in other games. Like I said, the Bellwright one, I have 27 hours in it. I think this was a phenomenal game. Let's see here. Predator Shores I wouldn't recommend. There is a small community for City of Skylines games, you know, city builder games. There's a small community for these types of games. So you have City of Skylines, you have there's a Beaver one as well. I don't remember what it's called off the top of my head, but there's a handful of them that people really like. Going Medieval's another good one. Yeah, this was a really cool game. I actually, as a RuneScape lover, being a single player RuneScape, obviously it needs work, right? It's a small, I think it's a single dev guy. There's not a lot of content, but there is a decent amount of content to do in the game, and it doesn't hold your hand at all. It's all exploration and figuring it out. It's really cool. Obviously I kind of, that's double-edged sword for me. I like it, but I dislike it. Let's see what else we have here. Yeah, I'm just trying to scroll through to see if I know of any like solid games that I think would be good as like a start, like going in blind and just making a YouTube series off of it, like a YouTube playlist off of it. Like, I'm just trying to see if I could think of any. Obviously Skyrim, huge one. If you haven't done it before, great game to jump into. Absolutely phenomenal game. I played 40 hours in it, and I hate games like this. But obviously this is one of those major ones that everybody's pretty much played, so it's hard to get a someone that's never played it before to give you a first time playthrough. Sounds hit or miss, but it's a phenomenal game for sure. And this is also a game where you can do challenge modes in. Same thing with Bellrite. Bellrite, you can do challenge modes as well, because you can be like, all right, I'm gonna do this without using armor. I'm gonna do this without this. You know, you can put stipulations on the playthrough where you can make it harder for yourself as well. Yeah, everybody loves it, but me. But I know, like, I'm not a fan of single player games though. So like, I played it and it was cool. I thought the combat was sick. I thought the idea and the premise behind it was cool. I just couldn't stick with it. It just wasn't interesting enough to keep me, you know, fully engaged. What else do we got here? If you've never played The Forest, this is a fucked up game, but it's pretty cool. It's not very long, so I wouldn't recommend this for a YouTube series, but this is a pretty cool game. Pretty fucked up, I'm gonna be honest. So, not a great game, but it's still pretty funny to play once or twice, especially with some friends. Come on. What? I don't really have that many. I mean, I don't play a lot of single player games though, so it makes sense. You know, low key show, you're gonna hate me for saying this, and so is Cal, but One has one of the most insane communities ever. It's an idle game. It's technically an MMO, but you basically play it by yourself 99.9% of the time. And it is an incremental based idle game that you play actively. If you look at the metrics for Eidolon on YouTube, you will just be like, what the fuck? This game is an anomaly. This is one of the few games, if you actually live stream this game, and you're actively sitting at the computer, you will average 20 plus viewers almost every single day. I don't know why. I don't know why at all. It's the most cracked anomaly meta game I've ever seen. It's ridiculous. There's a huge pay to win in the game now. But if you're new to the game and you don't know what you're doing, you will have 15, 20 people come into your chat to help you. You will have people showing up, donating you items in game, like pets and stuff. You will have people showing up, giving you advice. Unless you say, don't give me advice, obviously, right? People will help you, people will teach you, people will explain things to you, and you can just grow. It's just ridiculous. Oh yeah, Cal. Like I said, my stream basically usually ends with Eidolon. And people come in and help me all the time still. But what I do with my Eidolon content is I help new players understand how to get to the end of the game. I give them the knowledge and the information to get them to the end of the game, and that's what I do with Eidolon for people. I help them get out of the early and mid stages of the game and towards the end game. But it's an anomaly of a game. It's ridiculous. Like I said, that's like a one-off though. I wouldn't recommend you getting into this unless you like these types of games, but this is a fucking anomaly of a game. It's ridiculous. It's absolutely wild, the metrics on that game. Oh, have you played Kenshi? Okay, I have 14 hours in it, so don't take my word for it, but this game is wild. Absolutely wild. Have you guys seen or heard about this game? Talk about a sandbox of a video game. If you can think it, you can do it. Pretty much. And think everything except for sex. Like, this game is so sandbox, you can literally start as a slave. Have your legs chopped off. And then build up enough arm strength to be a one-man sword-swinging, top-spinning, war-winning murderer with no legs, if you wanted to. And you can get prosthetics to fix your legs eventually. This game is nuts, bro. This game is ridiculous. Like, you can have an uprising and you can take over an entire civilization. You can take over towns and claim them as your own. You can build up towns and cities and buildings. You can hire mercenaries to work as your people. You can hire villagers to do, you know, running ores and smelting bars and crafting gear for you, killing bandits, taking over towns. There's so much you can do in this game. It's crazy. Actually crazy. Problem I have with games like this though is there's no direction. So unless I have an idea of something I want to complete, I can't play games like this without some sort of direction. Let's see here. I mean, in theory, okay, take this one with a grain of salt. Lost Ark is technically an MMORPG, but with the addition of solo dungeons and solo raids, you can technically play this game 100% solo from start to finish. And the combat in this game is absolutely top tier. I love the way this game plays and looks. It's flashy. It's satisfying combat. It's fast. There's not a lot of like animation interruptions or animation locks that get you killed. The bosses are hectic and mechanic oriented. You see how hectic this looks? Like, it's wild. The graphics are great. There's like 40 different classes that you can play. The only downside to this is you start with only 6 character slots. The more character slots you have, the more materials you can farm. So the way this works, the way this game works, is you take your character, you take them into a raid, you get items to drop. You take those items and you upgrade them with gold and upgrade materials to a higher tier to get your gear score higher to do the next tier raid and rinse and repeat. But you're limited to how much gold you can get per week and how much upgrade materials you can get per week and how many times you can run the raids per week depending on how many characters you have. So raids are 6 raids a week, but upgrade materials are only limited to how many characters you have. So what you do is you farm upgrade materials on alts to funnel to your main, to level your main up to a higher tier to get to the higher tier raids and content. And then when that guy gets to tier 2 and the tier 1 mats are no longer useful for him, you use all the tier 1 mats for your second character to push your second character to tier 2, so the first character and second character funnel into it. It turns into a job at some point, but this is one of those games that you can play it for thousands and thousands of hours grinding up to max gear for tons of content. Between playing different characters, different builds on different characters, min-maxing builds and content, going into it blind, trying to figure it out yourself, doing all the dungeons, all the raids, like there's so much you can do. Yeah, this here, like I said, it's technically an MMORPG and you can see people in the maps and in towns and stuff like that, but you can literally zone into a raid or dungeon by yourself as a solo. And they're designed, like they have solo designed aspects, right? So instead of joining regular raid, you join solo raid. And it changes the way that you interact, like the way that the raid works, because it knows it's a solo instead of a raid, so you can actually do it solo. So this allows you to play the MMO in a solo setting with other people around you, right? This gives a lot of versatility to being able to like make a lot of content. Like I said, this one's once again one of those, let's put it on the shelf on the side because it's not technically a single player, but it can be played 100% single player. Maybe except for the most current and most top tier raids, I think if the very top tier one I think has to be group oriented because they don't make it solo played right at the beginning. They wait for a while before they introduce the solo mechanics for the newest raids and instances, but they will eventually introduce the solos to everything as they get released in order and stuff. But yeah, that's a cool one. This one, I love this game, but I won't go back to it because I'm so far behind. I don't even know where I left off. I'd have to like kind of start over. What else we got? Marley, what's going on? Happy New Year! Is it New Year's Eve or New Year's? New Year's Eve! I hope you have some good plans today. I personally never played this, but this is another one of those co-op games that's kind of cool. Could have a really cool like blind playthrough of it. Pretty interesting. You like zone into like new realms and areas and things to kill things and get loot, and I don't know exactly how it works, but it's a definitely interesting one. I wouldn't say for content purposes to play Pal World, but if you're looking for something to turn your brain off and just mindlessly have fun, this is a very good chill game. If you're looking to just run around and gather resources and craft goods, this is a phenomenal game. No PvP, pretty much no combat. It's just a really chill. Oh, sorry, not I'm thinking Palia. My bad. Not Pal World. Palia. This one. Very chill game. Most relaxing game I've ever played. Just super chill. Insert bad. I know, Marty. That's what I'm saying. The difference with Lost Ark though is now they have solo raids and dungeons, so you don't have to party anymore, which is very nice, and that's why I would think about going back to it. No plans for today though. Oh, okay. All right, let's see here. So just so you're aware, Marley, I'm going through my list here and giving recommendations for games that can be played by yourself, to if you wanted to make like YouTube content out of, could possibly be pretty solid games, or if you just wanted to play them by yourself just for entertainment purposes, right? And I think Project Zomboid is another one. Absolutely cracked game. Absolutely ridiculous. Yeah, Palia is really good, Cal. Yeah, Stardew is really good as well. Palia is really good. Stardew is actually another very good one to make YouTube content for, in my opinion. Kind of flooded, but this game, I don't know if you guys like top-down zombie survival games, this game is ridiculous. Darkwood, Dredge, and Shrouded is a good one too. I don't know about Dredge. Zomboid is super fucking fun. RimWorld's another good one. People like content for RimWorld. It's got replayability because maps are always different. You can always put challenge modes in place. Games like Satisfactory are pretty chill. It's like Factoria. I don't know how the replayability of these, or when it comes to like making content for a personal aspect, pretty good. Makes you drool, bro. This is just my single player games. This is just my single player games. Don't get me started. Civ 5 was cool, but I don't think it's good for like a channel or anything like that. Terraria has a pretty good following, but once again, unless you're doing modded Terraria, the replayability is just not there. Bro, Satisfactory is ridiculous. The shit you can pull off in those games is ridiculous. It's ridiculous. Oh no, I don't want to get eaten, Marley. I already don't like fishing enough. I think that's roughly about it, if I'm being honest. I mean, I can't really speak to Warframe. I was gonna say Warframe could be similar, but requires a group in some aspects, so I would say no. Since it does require grouping, it doesn't really fit the criteria, so we'll ignore that one. So I mean, of what I have in my inventory, those are the few that I think could be what you can start with now until something else catches your eye, right? What YouTube did you just send us? Oh, this is people building a computer in Factoria. Terraria is your all-time favorite. I never got into Terraria. I just couldn't get. Okay, guys. I'm just gonna say that you clipped me this, and this is where it started, and it just made me laugh because I'm like, why am I looking at a penis? Why are there two penises in my screen? On and off. That's the first thing I saw. I was like, penises? Why are we looking at penises? What's going on here? Oh, sorry, that was funny. Baldur's Gate is a great one. Baldur's Gate 3 is really great. I've never played Witcher, but it's definitely on there. But like, you got Dark Souls, you got Skyrim, you got other games that are very similar to The Witcher 3 and Baldur's Gate. You got Fables, you got all those older games as well. They're all on that list that you can play. I don't have them, that's why I didn't show them on my list, because I don't own them. But they're all up there, right? And like I said, most of those games are either free, cheap, or were gifted to me. So, what's that game, Marley? Wait, I didn't know that Terraria had circuits. I never got that far into Terraria, so take that with a grain of salt. I got my ass kicked by an eyeball like 100 times and a skull or something, and I just gave up because my buddies were just speedrunning the game and I was just dying constantly. That's... knowing that there's circuitry just like Minecraft, that's kind of sick. Oh, also in that list show, if you haven't played it before or whatever, Minecraft is also just god tier when it comes to making content. It has endless possibilities between different private servers, different mods, even unmodded vanilla has tons of content, because basically your creativity and your mind is your only limitation, pretty much. Really, Cal? That's crazy. Oh, okay, gotcha, Marley. Interesting. Yeah, so I know some people that they only do retro games. Now they're very niche community. It's a very small community, but it's definitely there. I would definitely say there's not a lot of potential there, but the community is very niche and it's very... They will come back because there's not a lot of content for it, right? They couldn't buy it. Hey, it is what it is, Cal. Everybody's got to start somewhere, you know what I mean? Like, oh man, I'm tired and hungry though. Probably call it a night. Tired, I'm hungry. We are at the end of our stream. I've been literally standing here for like 30 minutes to an hour. But yeah, Marley, I logged into the Black Desert yesterday and I spent my 11,000 loyalty points on just gibberish just to get rid of them. My two moods. Sometimes they coexist together, don't they? Tired and hungry simultaneously. Isn't that like one mood? Would it be like tangry? What about second breakfast? 5,000 items? Yeah, that's crazy. But when you add modded, bro, it gets crazy. Tigray, I like it. Yeah. Tired and hungry. Let's go. Alright, so I think we're gonna come back to this game tomorrow. Like I said, depending on how tomorrow go, guys, depending on how the progress of this game goes, tomorrow might be our last day, because I don't enjoy a game that forces me to mob grind to hit a certain level to continue on. I don't like that. Like there should be enough side quests and enough side content or enough XP that comes from just doing the quest alone that it shouldn't have to do mob grinding for EXP grinds. Yeah, like I've heard nothing but good things about modded Terraria. That is true. You can always play Trove. You can always play Trove. And you can witness the lag hour for yourself. It's like one of its selling features. Did you ever want to play a game that rubber bands you so hard you glitch through a mountain? Did you ever want to re-kill a monster 500 times and still not get the kill? Worry not, we got the game for you. Did you ever want to fall to your death 5,000 times because you couldn't land on the platform? It never failed, Marley. Never fucking failed. Every day. It's like, oh, I'm gonna fly over to this platform. Nope, I fell to my death again. Oh, the good old days. Oh, you wanna progress your gear from Crystal 1 to Crystal 2? Alright. Spend 10,000 hours farming delves. Oh, you want to go from Crystal 2 to Crystal 4? Alright, that's 100,000 hours in delve. And not 100,000 hours of you grinding. That's 100,000 hours of somebody carrying you. Bro. I love that game. I think that game was super fun and enjoyable. But the gear progression can fucking suck my dick. And the lag can suck my dick twice. Yeah, Marley, with that lag, if I did get my dick sucked, it would suck it like a 500 times because it would just keep keep going back to the beginning over and over again. It would never end. It'd be the never-ending blowjob in the century. It's like, fuck, bro. Forever, exactly. The forever blowjob. That's what I'm talking about. That's my kind of video game. So hopefully I gave you guys some food for thought, some games to put on your radar to take a look at. But there are games on our radar that are on our list to eventually play, since we typically play MMOs almost strictly. They're games I haven't played before or I haven't given a true chance to. But yeah, we have a few games that we're trying to get out of the box and onto the frying pan for us. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of games that, like, I would say there's not a ton of games that have that bad of instability problems, but for how long Trove has been around, you would think their servers would eventually be fixed. And the problem is it's not so much a server problem, Cow, as it is their backup policy. I'm 95% convinced that the reason that Trove lags so hard is because at around a certain time of the night, every night, they do their daily, weekly, backups of their data and their servers, and they don't take a server down when they're doing it, right? So it crushes their bandwidth and causes their servers to lag out and rubber band. Like, it would be better if they literally just said, hey guys, we're taking the servers down for 15-minute maintenance every day at midnight. They take the servers down, they do their backup, their daily backup or their weekly or whatever it is. They put the servers back up, and then everybody goes about their day. Instead of the backup taking an hour and a half to 2 hours, and we're lagging the entire time. Yeah, like, why don't you just drain, like, you take the server out of the load balancer, right? Let's say you take 50% of the servers off the load balancer. Once everybody's drained off of those servers, because every time they zone into another area or whatever, right? It, like, they load into the other server or whatever. Anyway, so you take 50% of the servers out of load balancer, and when nobody's on the server, you do the upgrade. You do the maintenance, you do whatever it is you're doing with that server, you take care of it. And then you swap them. You put those 50% back in, you put the other 50% out, and then you do those ones. That way we're always on a server that's not being touched. It's so easy. That's what we do at my work. Whenever we're doing like server upgrades or code upgrades to different servers, we literally take it out of the load balancer, we let everybody drain off the server, and then we do the upgrade, and then we put that one back in, take the other one out, and do it on the other one. Literally how we do it at my job. Ridiculous. Oh man. God. So Marley, how much did you laugh when you heard what New World did? Or did you even hear what New World did? Like, it was like 2 months ago or whatever. So the short version of it is they put in development and they finally released the newest expansion, like in November or something. And then 2 weeks after they gave the expansion out, so they released the expansion, and the expansion was free for everybody. And then they also stated that the previous expansion was also going to be free for everybody. So that was like, okay, well, what's the catch? Why are you giving us all this for free, right? Because the previous expansion was a paid expansion. You had to pay for it. So it's really weird that they made that one free and gave us this new one for free. 2 weeks later, they stated that New World was in a state that they couldn't sustainably release content for it, so they were no longer going to release any new content for New World. That the previous expansion was the last new content they were going to release. They weren't sunsetting the game, but they weren't going to give us any new content, and they plan on keeping the servers operating through 2026. But when they do make a decision, and or if they do decide to sunset the game, they would give us 6 months notice before doing so. It's the most asinine, stupid fucking business decision I've ever seen in my entire life. Like, you just spent how many millions of dollars on making an expansion for your game? New zone, new dungeons, new raids, new weapons. You did all this work, and you didn't charge us for it. And then you completely kill your game 2 weeks later by saying you're not gonna support anything anymore, and you fired all of your staff except for like 5 people to keep your servers running, basically. What? Also, you can pivot to a different business model of AI generated games. That's ridiculous, bro. Tobago. Marley, oh god, can't believe it. Only one more level to go, boys. Yeah, it's just like, what? What in the like? What is the thought process, business logically speaking? And you put that much. Oh, is this what we were talking about? You put that much. Oh God, what happened to my throat? Give me a second. Holy fuck! I just got this weirdest tickle in my throat. I can't stop coughing. So anyway. What makes, like, how can you justify this, businessly speaking, right? You spend millions developing a game, like an expansion for your game, and then you decide to give it away for free. And then you also decide to make your previous one for free. And then 2 weeks later, after people are enjoying your game and you have more players than you have had in years, and then you're just going to be like, oh yeah, and by the way, we're no longer making anything for this game. So have fun with what you have, and maybe you have it for another year before we turn it off. But we don't know yet. What the fuck? And then on top of that, you fire all of your employees. And top of firing all of your employees, you decide to pivot to AI generated video games instead of AKA New World style games. Huh? 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 I just don't understand. I literally don't understand. I can't understand it, Marley. I literally can't. It doesn't make any sense. I mean, I agree. And like, seeing what they did, it's like, oh yeah, I can expect that from New World. They've never been the brightest bulb in the package, you know? But that's crazy. So yeah, basically the game went from having 50 to 60,000 peak players or average players to about 4,000. Yeah. It was wild, Marley. I mean, that's not stopping me from doing my Ironman playthrough. I'm still doing my Ironman playthrough. I'm gonna finish it and I'm gonna shelve it on the YouTube channel. Yeah, and that's pretty much it before we move on to another game. I've always wanted to like fully complete the game. Like I wanted to make like all my gear, I wanted to craft everything, I wanted to get all my trophies, you know, but yeah, it's a huge. Well, what's funny, Marley, is their average player count before the DLC was roughly 5,000 to 8,000, right? And then the DLC came out, and like even before the DLC, people were coming back to the game in preparation for the DLC, right? So they slowly trickled up to about 10,000 average players. And then the DLC came out and they went up to like 50, 60,000. And then 2 weeks into that, they announced that, and it literally dipped instantly, instantaneously dipped to like 8,000, 50 to 8 instantly, and now it's roughly about 4. It's ridiculous. Just yes, businessly speaking, firing all of your employees and focusing on say AI generated bullshit will save them money, aka make them more money than if they were to have sold the DLC and kept the game running in maintenance mode. But it still doesn't make sense. Like, not even a little bit. Not even a little bit, bro. Okay, this seems to be the way to level. Okay. I think we found a way to level, which we can do tomorrow. I think we literally just do the hunting quest. I think we just leveled these up or unlocked these recently because this wasn't here before. So I think this is something we can do. Okay, this definitely gives a huge amount of XP. Okay, so I think I'm really hungry. I want to go make breakfast. That's just crazy. Nope. Okay, so here's the thing, Marley. So anybody that bought Angry Earth, which was the previous one, did not get their money back. They had it for 2 years. They didn't give them money back for making it free. Anybody that bought New World for this expansion that just came out, some of them could refund it depending on how many hours they put into it and everything, and some of them could not because they had too many hours in the game. So no refunds there, depending on, you know, time spent or whatever. And any in-game currencies you purchased were non-refundable. Any money you spent on the game was non-refunded. Yeah. And here's the even more of a dick punch, Marley. The game is still purchasable. The game is still on Steam. It's still on, you know, the consoles, that you can still purchase the game, even knowing that they plan on shutting the servers down. Now, they haven't specifically said they're going to shut the servers down. They specifically stated they're not sunsetting the game as of right now, but they would give us a 6-month notice if they decide to do it. And they plan on keeping the servers running through 2026. So there's no specific date or time or if they will, but it's implied. But anyway, show, I appreciate you. Hope you had a good time. Get some good sleep. Have a good day tomorrow. I'll be around the rest of the week, so if you want to stop back by, if you have free time, feel free. If you ever need to hit me up in the Discord, feel free to @ me anytime. And yeah, appreciate you. Thank you. If you ever miss a stream, you can always watch it on the VODs channel. Thank you. Bye. See you. I appreciate you. Yeah, what I find funny, Marley, is what makes you think I'm gonna trust that you're gonna give me a 6-month notice before shutting the servers down when you can't even give me more than like a 15-minute window, like maybe an hour up, like, warning that you're shutting the servers down for quote unquote planned maintenance on a non-planned maintenance day, or that you're going to shut you randomly just one day 2 weeks after giving us a DLC say, hey, we're no longer giving you any content. No warning, just, hey, guess what, no more content. Like, do you really think I'm going to trust you to give me a 6-month notice? Do you really think I'm going to trust you? Bro, I haven't been able to trust a word that's come out of their mouth since day one. That's what I'm saying, are they fucking crazy? The logic is ridiculous. It's fucking mind-blowing. It's what it is. I mean, at the end of the day, though, Marley, like, I look at it like this. Regardless if a game is shutting down, regardless how bad the devs are or the community is, if you have fun playing the game, no matter what game it is, it shouldn't really matter about all the other stuff. You have fun, you have fun. You ignore the rest of it, and you still have fun. That's all that matters. So I still have fun playing the game. I still have fun grinding my items and gearing my character up and completing the stuff. So, I mean, fuck it. I'll still play it. I'll still, you know, I'm not really doing it to help them or give them content or whatever. I'm doing it for myself because I'm having fun. Yeah, you hated New World. I mean, it didn't truly help either that you were playing on NA servers when you were over in EU. But even with that, it was still bad. Yeah, like the server problems, the name problems, like just the overall game problems themselves, it was ridiculous. They still, to this day, Marley, blow my mind with locking servers. They're like, hey, there's too many people making characters on this server, so we're gonna lock it. So no one can make characters on this server. Bro, here's the thing. I understand they don't want too many people being on one server because then it causes server queues, and then, you know, you have problems with people not being able to get on the game, and people complain about server queues when other servers don't have it. But if you lock people out of a server and their friends are on that server, they can now no longer play with their friends. So you've already pissed off even more people because they can't play with their friends. And their friends now either have to transfer their character or make a new character on another server. But then, here's a caveat. You have people that leave that server that's locked to go to another server, and then you lock the other server because too many people are making characters on the other server. So now the other server gets locked, and you have a rinse and repeat problem. Why can't more games be like BDO and RuneScape and just be like, hey guys, make a character on the region and play on any of the server instances you want to play on with your friends? It's a wild concept, I know. But why the fuck in 2025, almost 2026, do we still have server locks where you have to play on a specific server with specific people? Why? Ugh, drives me insane. Either way, I'm gonna get out of here, guys. It's almost 6 hours past my normal stream time. I hope you guys had a good time. Sorry about the random conversations and rants. I know some of you enjoyed it. I know some of you didn't, but you lurked and hung out with us anyway. I appreciate you guys. Any of you, any of you haven't joined the Discord and want to join the Discord, feel free. The only thing I ask is don't be a dick. If you haven't checked out the VODs channel, I'd appreciate it. You know, you ever miss a stream, want to rewatch a stream, you ever want to clip something there, you know, anything you guys would do for over there for me would be appreciated. Marley, if you haven't, you know, checked it out, I'd appreciate it. But anybody else that hasn't checked it out, I appreciate you guys too. Go and checking it out. I hope you guys had a good time. Hope you have a good rest of your day. I will be back on tonight. Like I said, we're going to continue on with this game. We're going to see how far we can take it before we get bored of it. And the worst case scenario, we'll end up back on New World earlier than we expected. But, you know, worst case scenario, we play this the rest of the week. I don't know. We'll find out. I appreciate you guys. Yeah, I had to take that command out, Marley, because Twitch is odd. So the TOS says you can multi-stream, but you can't acknowledge any other stream but Twitch. You can't incorporate any other chats from any other streams in your Twitch chat. You can't acknowledge anybody that talks in any other chat but your Twitch chat. You can't tell anybody that you're streaming on any other platforms. You can't point anybody to any of the other platforms. You can't put any links to any other platforms in your chats. Go read it, Marley. Go and fucking read it. It's crazy. Read that shit. They're like, hey, you can multi-stream. Which has to be the only people you talk to and interact with. It's fucking wild. Go. That's why I had to take that out of my channel, the command for it, because people were actually getting in trouble with Twitch because their Nightbot was posting their YouTube link, pointing people over to their YouTube, and they don't even live stream to YouTube, right? It's just that's their YouTube channel. That's where they stave off their content and stuff, and they were getting in trouble for it. It's never enough, Cal, never enough. Go read the TOS, Marley. It's fucking hilarious. Either way, I appreciate you guys. Hope you had a good time. Good rest of your day. I'll talk to you guys later. Hit me up in the Discord if you need me, and any other time that you guys ever have any questions or need something from me. Discord is the best place to hit me up. And like I said, you miss a stream, you want to rewatch something, or you just want to help me out in any way, shape, or form, go check out the VODs channel. I'd appreciate it. But have a good one, guys. Talk to you later. I'll see you guys tonight. See ya. Bye, bye, bye. Have a good New Year's Eve holiday thingamajiggy. See ya.